makes me stronger.
DNF릭스 누가 한번 써보자! 파이팅! 우리 형 파이팅!
DNF릭스 9연승!
가자!
화이팅! 화이팅!
우리 형 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Chronicler. We're getting ready for our final day of the week, and we have saved some of the best till last year, as it is, of course, a bro day.
Atlas, I feel like you say this every Sunday.
I know. We always get a top 10 performance.
Bro versus DNF! What more do we need to say?
Let's not talk about it anymore. In fact, let's just talk about Gen.G versus Nongshim, which is coming up immediately afterwards. No, we're not going to do that. DNF versus Bro is a big one because DNF, if they do not pick up a victory here, then second place in the Rise group is then no longer within their reach. They're really going to have to start getting some wins or accept the fact that they are not likely to make it through. Because remember, it's only third place that even gets to the play-ins. If you're outside of that margin, you are doomed.
I think I speak for everyone. DNF need to win. I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this, but really the desolation cannot be put into words.
Yeah.
They are almost at a point where the next three teams above them combined have their negative games. That's where we're getting at, Atlas. And you know who better to bestow them a win than the benevolent bros, who really shouldn't lose here because it means that they will drop to 9th, which is really, really, really bad. As we might remind everyone, there is a triangle going on at the moment where we have BNK, DRX, and Bro beating each other, all facing off just to stay out of that 9th place spot. For DNF, basically every series from here on out is a must-win, as you highlight. And Bro leading the head-to-head, but it does go the distance every single time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing whether it can happen once again here or whether DNF's woes are going to be enough to push them into 2-0 territory. 990 kills for Closer here, nearing 1,000 here in the LCK, which is absolutely crazy in my mind. You know, it feels like yesterday that he was shadowing Faker there on T1, and we were having conversations about, is this the guy? And he wasn't the guy. Over there, he is the guy for the bros, because of course it is Year of Closer, as Wolf has so adequately said many times.
I really was leaning into the Year of Closer, and then they got 2-0 about BNK. I'm like, now I don't know anymore.
Well, it was the day of Vikla on that day. That day has since passed, as we may have seen yesterday. If you didn't see the matches yesterday, make sure that you go back and check the VODs, or
make sure
check the score.
Yeah, you have to. Make sure you check the space as well. Atlas gave a very good explanation of tempo vibes.
I did some analyzing on that particular day.
We saw Kroko and Pioshik actually having a bit of a chuckle there together. That was kind of cute.
Yep.
And for both teams, this is very, very, very important. Funnily enough, even though the Legend Group gameplay is always at the peak, when it comes to relative importance of the games, it just doesn't compare. Because all those teams, at worst, you go to play-ins, which, oh no, play...
I mean, it's all first world problems in the Legend
It's
Group.
first world problems.
It's real life
These
in the Rise
people are
Group.
fighting for their lives, Atlas.
Exactly. And 2 teams. We're eliminating 2 teams from this group. It might be the Bros and DNF that we have to say goodbye to. Think about that.
If Bro loses here, that might happen, because then DRX will overtake them.
Yep.
And
if any team loses to DNF out of DRX, Bro, or BNK, it is almost definitely doomed. Because this should be the must win. Thankfully, the Bros do have that victory over DK that might help them out. Having a look here, though, look at my boy, man. Morgan just having such a good time so far in the Rise group.
And Morgan, at the beginning of this year, I don't think I heard you criticize him, but I do think there was less calls for celebration.
I just choose not to bring up his
Not
faults,
acknowledge the flaws.
But if the positives do rear their heads, my goodness,
what I'm getting at is that thus far, after the break, I think he has been a cause for celebration.
He has?
He has actually been very consistent as a top laner. He's earned bans, he's carried games. His Cho'Gath in particular will stand out as a monstrous performance. And then the return of Croco, obviously, for me, a happy occasion, but it's also kind of brought Bros, the BNK game notwithstanding, a brush of fresh new life. I think they're a lot more proactive. We've seen, even though there's still a decent amount of bro and brewing, I feel like it is way less prevalent than it used to be.
And it only ever happens from the mid-game onward.
Yep.
They're at least spicy in the early game, no matter what. We've just got to work on keeping it up.
And it's because of the year of Closer and Croco.
Exactly.
The vibes are good on DNF. And I'm telling you, Atlas, if they pull the Classic, they lose here, and at some point they're mathematically eliminated, and then they win every other matchup because the pressure's gone, I'm going to lose it. I don't want that. These players deserve more, and I want to see them at least get a couple of wins.
Yeah, and I think the Bros are looking, in my opinion, better than what DRX and BNK have been showing, even if they did lose that series against BNK. Bro can always, Bro can always lose to anyone. I do think that the potential is there. And they also have the win against DK, which is so incredibly important in a group like this, where DK are kind of standing out on their own in theory.
I truly, from the bottom of my heart, think BNK, Bro, and DRX are all the same team. And on any given day, anything can happen.
Are you saying that my biases might be showing through? Is that potentially a thing?
Yeah, but we need to. You need to, because I'm the
maybe
Bro
you're
anti.
not. You might be forgetting the fact that it's the year of Closer. We mentioned that already today.
No, but it's good because I'm the anti. You're the fan.
That is true.
You know, you need balance.
Yep. And thankfully, we have one heck of a space as well to break things down for you. A little bit of a preview, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you're not ready.
We have the Tridans. It is Daniel Digon Gonzalez, Daniel Orcs Harrison, and Robert Brendaniel Valdez. It is going to be the best day of spacing ever.
Oh my god.
Oh, you cannot handle I can't handle double dans, to be honest.
So who is...
If Tridans happens...
You know what's great is we already have a really good conversation for a Bro and Brew. Who is the left, middle, and right prong of the Tridan?
Well, I mean, Digon's the left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no,
we have to definitely the middle.
We have to hold on. This is
He is a middle Dan.
This is conversational gold. I will not be wasting it on the draft.
Wait, do we need... I mean, okay, well, the draft is happening. Gwen and Yone are going to be taken away. I'll put some attention to it now if you really need it.
Attention to the draft.
Do you... Okay. Yes. Be honest. What do you think's more important? What happens on the Rift or the draft in a series like this?
I cannot in good conscience break the fourth wall on this, but you know what my real thoughts are.
Oh, I know. Yeah. And I know that this is the time to talk about the Tridan's Trident, okay? If there's ever a time.
But have we not already fixed it then? Because Degon's left.
Yep.
And then Brendan
Orcs
right.
is the big middle Trident.
Okay.
Yeah. And Brendan's Orc. Right.
Brendan's right. All right. So we fixed it.
Oh my, the Trident happened in chat! Oh
Wait,
my,
all
look at
three
that!
bans?
Why did Dagon have to capitalize all of the
They must
bans?
have coordinated. Are they like a Pokemon? Do you think we have?
Why did he have to capitalize?
I think we have an entire.
He saw them both Dan correctly and then Dan wrong.
Space where they just say their name. Can you imagine?
Honestly, might be better content.
We're blinding Trundle, everyone.
Yep, we are doing that.
Not super excited about this. We have been pretty outspoken, but we have seen it used as both a deterrent. I think the pick's good. I just feel like it's one of those things where we all handshake it, and then at some point we realize, like, wait, we can counter this, because there are a lot of matchups where Trundle really struggles.
But do you ever do it when Varus is up? This is so weird.
Don't pick Sejuani. No.
I mean, they can Varus Vi. They can do the VV of the BVV. I reckon Belveth is probably the way to go, though.
So what they're gonna do is probably Wukong. Who I think isn't too bothered by the Trundle, even though obviously it is a bit of an annoying matchup. It's not the end of the world. Sejuani would have been truly disastrous, as obviously, even if you go on Tilt Spellbook, I feel like that matchup isn't very fun. And Croco, you also want to see him on something aggressive. Now, I do hope we won't see Ahri, because Ahri, I think, is like, what, 1-6, 1-5, 1-7, around that. I know it's a 16% win rate. So I hope that, hey, 1-5, there we go. I hope it's not that for closer. But we do still have a good amount of mid laners being up, although the target bans do kind of feel like they were mostly focused towards mid as the Rise comes out. So what, it can't be closer Victor. And closer Cassio into this matchup, I'm not feeling super great about. I know it's really good into Rise, don't get me wrong. I just feel like for these teams, I don't think we should go Cassio.
You can just lock Alistar so that you've got at least some frontline that's not too affected by the Subjugate, but instead they do decide to go Cassio.
Yeah, I knew it was coming, and I complained in folly.
Yeah. That's why we should have been talking about the Tridance instead.
Back to the dance!
No, I mean, in theory, this is also probably working way better in scrims than it has been necessarily on stage. It's not like just losing every match or anything like that, but we haven't seen the Cassio be the checkmate that I think a lot of our teams are locking it into.
It really isn't that bad. It's 2-3 at the moment in the LCK.
Yeah, it's not end of the world.
So it's fine.
It's better than Ahri.
It is much better than... that would have actually made me a lot more upset. I think this is fine. Not amazing, but closer at this point should be somewhat trusted. Also, as someone who was a big Bulldog believer back in 2023.
A BBB?
It has not aged well, unfortunately. No. I think both the solo laners of DN Freaks are currently really struggling. Dudu at least has some good early laning phases. I think he just really struggles to transition. For Bulldog, we're not even seeing that anymore. Used to be known for... Obviously, last year was just mostly Tristana, but 2023, he had very up and down performances, but sometimes make you, oh, okay.
He had that mid-Corki that one time.
I mean, he's had like he's pulled out a bunch of stuff like the Zareth before other, way before other people started playing, which I think is cool. Just, we haven't really seen that magic. Another player...
Are they going to pick Trundle and ban 2 tanks?
I hope not.
Okay, at least the Alistar does get taken away. Of course, a very good pick for the bros right now. I do think, you know, Polo could head towards something like a Rakan or a Rel and still be pretty happy about how things are doing.
I'm like triple checking. Why is Aurora open?
Good question.
So it is Morgan, and Morgan, as much as you love him, I think you do have to admit, champion pool sometimes.
What do you mean?
Not enough, but guess what?
Morgan has literally played only unique champions.
No, I know.
He's played 8 out of 8 unique champions this season. That is called a champion ocean.
Well, he also did look.
He's probably playing Cassiopeia here as well. We're going to flex it to the top lane, and he's going to show you, Chronicler, his 9th unique champion is going to be even better.
Was it you that talked about Barrel Rise support?
Yes, it was. I mean, who else is going to talk about Barrel Rise support?
Hopefully no one. I hope that's not a thing.
Yeah, I then spoke about Barrel Rise support to my therapist afterwards, and we're hopefully going to be able to deal with that in the future, and you guys won't have to deal with it.
And the friend was like, it's not real. You're like, but I saw it in my mind's eye.
I imagined it that one time, and it's caused permanent damage.
I actually really like the Rel pickup here. I think that's something that Brian was really looking to go towards. Alistar has already taken it away as well. Probably just going to be Nautilus for Palu. That's kind of what I'm feeling. I think Israel is definitely his best pick, so I actually think it's a really good pick up there for life. You can also go Renata, because it is good with the Varus. I think it kind of works into the enemy composition as well.
It does make people face certain directions that are relatively easy to know.
Poppy, we're never going to be mad about, right? It's good into Rel.
Yep.
It's not the craziest Poppy angle, to be completely fair. Like looking at the entire top side of DNF, there's no dashes. It's not a thing. But Poppy, with both her setup for dives as well as her ability to turn numbers advantages or generate numbers advantages rather very quickly, I think is always good. I like the draft from DN Freaks. I think it's fine. Actually, I think both drafts are pretty solid here. With a lot of volatile lanes. That's really what I'm looking towards, is which jungler can make the earlier impact. Obviously, Trundle has a stronger early game. When looking at the 2v2 though, I'm looking at that Casio Wukong post 6. That's...
Yeah.
Especially when you combine it with the Poppy, combine it with the Varus, the pick potential of the Bro comp, a little scary to me, Atlas.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Bro comp and I'm seeing way more range than the DNF comp, and there's Cyclone and Petrifying Gaze and all of the things that do a lot of damage, and they're not going to be outranged by the composition of DNF. Like you say, DNF's composition, similar sort of Death Ball vibes, and the Pillar and Equalizer, things that we've spoken about many times before. Magnetstorm can be followed up on very, very well with a lot of what DNF has. But do you know what this is all going to come down to, guys? And look, we do want to build up the drafts, talk about how important all these matchups are and things like that. I don't think it's going to matter. It's about who plays well on the day. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, he can feel the desperation here in LoL Park as DNF are staring down the barrel of an impossible second place in the Rise group after this.
I gotta say, man, those DNF fans, they are unrelenting in their support, unwavering. It is actually really nice. It's inspirational. We're on the other end of LoL Park.
Yep.
We could hear them shout. No, really, when it comes down to Bro, the real question is, can you beat them in the clutch? And the reason why I'm making that specific statement, in case you didn't watch it, that was an Atlas quote from Pogstate. That was turned into a very funny video that I do want to shout out, actually, because it was peak. Especially because that statement in the episode, I don't even remember, but when in the video plays, it sounds like so much truth. And then immediately afterwards, BNK 2-0, bro.
Yeah.
It's just...
Hey, it wasn't the clutch moment. They didn't need to. They were looking good.
Yeah.
They were looking good at that point. They were like, oh, nah. We're not really forced to make any plays right now. It's all right. Noxious blasts, landing, things like that here in this mid lane.
So, I actually have a sad story that relates to Bro and Brew that I wanted to tell you, Atlas.
Okay, please.
So, because, you know, I'm a big coffee guy.
Yes.
Drowning in coffee at the moment.
Oh, that's
that's
not great.
Well, figuratively. So, it's good. My entire freezer is stocked up. But I
ordered where coffee's supposed to go?
You can, if you have a lot of beans to keep them fresh. It doesn't really matter. You can just grind them and it's fine.
All right, we're just crashing down momentarily here towards Hype, who does do the walk strat. That's going to work out.
But you have prepared me a cup of lovely tea repeatedly.
Oh, yes.
And I ordered that tea.
You did?
And it was delivered, or so it said, and I haven't seen the tea. And now I don't know what happened. And
Where did it get delivered?
Well, I don't know. And I texted the delivery, no response. So now I'm out of tea. And it was the same tea that you made for me. The
Melbourne breakfast.
It was.
Oh, disaster.
Yeah, so now I'm like, I still want to order it again, but it feels kind of bad.
Yeah, because you don't want to, like, what if it happens again? Then you're going to feel real silly.
Yeah. And I really wanted that tea, because that's for the Bro and Brew.
Yeah, that's what we need today. I should have just brought some bags with me. I do have a few left. Oh, man. Next week, we will make sure that we are prepared with some Melbourne breakfast for some Bro and Brew.
Please.
Right now, I've got my, just machine coffee from round the corner.
Machine coffee from work?
Yeah, the good old work machine coffee. It's not too bad. The problem is that here in Korea, milk with coffee is just not really a thing. And I do like at least a bit of milk in my coffee in general. So I made myself the classic iced Americano.
Yeah.
As is the way.
It's fine. It's one of those things where I think if the coffee isn't great, I think milk goes such a long way.
It does, especially if the milk is decent. And Korean milk, I think, gets a bit of a bad rap. It's not too bad.
It's solid.
And that's I think that's high praise from
you know,
a Dutch
very,
and an Australian.
very serious. Both of our respective countries about dairy.
Yeah, decent dairy focus. As Dudu focusing on Morgan here. Morgan going to be able to get a little bit of damage back. As the Trundle actually, Pyosik canceling the back.
Aurora's so hard to actually pin down. As Morgan. Oh, that's annoying. Not game breaking by any means, but definitely as a jungler, like, ugh.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. It's going to
Not
be a little
fun.
bit later onto the map.
Croco is actually doing a 1.5 camp clear, so he's already on his second rotation, and then is going to get a base in. Shouldn't really be an opening window there. Morgan also going for the Comet as opposed to the Electrocute, which I think is interesting. We've mostly seen the Electrocute but into a matchup that's a little bit beefier. I do think it makes sense. I do think you lose out on early pressure though, because let's be real, early Electrocute is kind of busted as wow.
Corki is a bit of a Rise champion, isn't he?
Yeah, well we saw what, Docdom and Trigger, everything else was the Risers.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. Docdom and Trigger are both Legend Group players. However, feels like not teams in
Spiritually,
yeah,
it might be
our
more Rise, yeah.
The true legendary squads here in the LCK are not necessarily dabbling with the Aviator.
We really are tier list seasoning at the moment, right?
A little
It's
bit.
like we got Gen.G T1, and we got a little gap.
Hanwha's sort of
Then
like
we got Hanwha, they're on their own.
Yeah,
because they're not close.
Berry in the middle.
They're not close to KT Nongshim.
No. And then I think there's a gap between KT and Nongshim as well, but they are certainly a lot further away than the top three.
I actually think KT Nongshim and DK are again just the same team.
I think DK might be better than both KT and Nongshim right now, but I actually have no idea. And this is why it's difficult to assess teams, right? Because strength of schedule is a big deal.
Yeah.
And we are only going to see Rise teams versus Rise teams, right?
I just, based on how they look and the things they make me feel and the consistency they show, I think they're just the same team. And then so are BNK Pro and DRX.
Yep.
And then there's DNF.
Hi, DNF.
Please,
well,
please,
DNF are going to look to see whether they can benefit from this bro and brew that we've got going on here. Right now, they have a 100 gold lead. And you know what? Sometimes you got to get a positive wherever you can find it. Right now, DNF, they have... Oh, never mind, it's gone away. There it is, it's back again. 200, look at that, three!
We're looking for a dive.
All right, let's see whether the Lord can
Palu.
survive. The answer is he can.
That's
because
kind of
Palu's here.
I actually really like that from Palu. So identifying that his help is not needed with the dragon. Oh, I thought they were going to do dragon. I feel like they
were half the dragon. Might be just look for the crab.
But really good cover, right? Because they saw Rise pathing towards top. Obviously, if Pyosik and Bulldog make it to the top lane when Morgan is there, they'll be able to take him down.
Huh, they do decide to back away from the Drake. I actually think that they could have probably done it, but not feeling like they had enough information to take that one down. And it was Closer looking for a reset, which is probably a large reason why. Does pick up the Catalyst now, and the Tear of the Goddess.
Yeah, we also had Croco not quite 6 yet, so I think he really doesn't want to take a fight. Well, there's a lot of tiers in this game, Atlas.
Oh yeah, it's just one of those things. But let's see what Closer can get done. I'm looking forward. I like it when there's a Cassiopeia that's actually doing well. A Cassiopeia that's falling behind is a very, very sad thing to witness. So hopefully Closer has a good game. Really does prove that it is year of the Closer. He's up against Bulldog, who's like on this rise that I think has just been pretty slow and steady, but pretty good here in the LCK, tier list wise as far as our mid laners are concerned. And so Bulldog probably just going to be feeling okay, trying to scale his way towards first couple of items.
What were the other? I remember Wolf had another year. Was it year of BDD?
I think every year's year of BDD for Wolf.
Yeah, okay, that's true. But I remember it was an actual thing for a little bit there.
Maybe it's century of BDD and the year of Closer.
I can see that. That makes sense to me.
Perhaps. It is probably the century of Faker, though. If we would ever to be really actually honest and talk in reality about...
Well, yeah, but we got to be able to talk about other people as well. You know?
I know, it makes it really hard, doesn't it? It's just one of those conundrums.
You know, Closer can still have his year.
That's true.
These stories can exist independently, simultaneously next to each other. I don't feel like you're
I'm not quite there with you. I
You're not
kind of
convinced?
think that it just has to all be Faker. My friends at the score told me so. Every time they catch straight.
Why does this keep
I'm really
happening?
sorry. It is every time.
No, it's free marketing. You know?
Yeah,
It's like-
it is. And honestly, they're great guys. So hopefully they don't take it too personally. As Berserker gets engaged on here by Polu, Rogue Charge does
Action.
get him in there. As
Action.
uh-oh, level 7, still with the Cyclone in hand.
All right, we're
still
killing
two
grubs.
grubs to be fought for here. As Morgan, no teleport, so he's not doing anything about this one. As Purshik now with the Subjugate, they dive towards Polu, who flashes away. Bulldog now at full health. Close it down to 50%. Blasco gets Berserker back in there and takes first blood over Polu. Life's diving forward, but he is going to fall down, and there is the Petrifying Gaze. The flash afterwards as well, and the answer from the pros is too good.
Felt like both teams were on the fence about whether or not they actually wanted to hard commit. And guess what? If that happens, the team that does hard commit wins the fight.
Yeah, you meant they were on the fence, but everyone fell off the fence by the end of that.
I want everyone to look at how many different decisions are being made here, right? So on one end, we have Pioshik. Oh, are they collapse upon him? No, not really, because Bulldog is owning them. Okay. Then Berserker's like waiting, biding his time. Bulldog's still fighting two people. Like, why don't we just commit here if we're DNF? Like, you can win this fight. Why is Life going in alone? Why is Pioshik waiting? Why is they're low! If we use our health bars, I actually think they could have won that fight. But you know what? They didn't trust each other, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
You know who did trust each other there?
The bros.
The bros.
And
Finally.
do you know who also played exceptionally well in that fight? I think Hype couldn't have played that better. He got so much
Yeah.
damage down.
No, it was clean.
Like
Also-
every auto procced like the flash did come out, and he looked for Berserker there towards the end, but that was after he managed to win it. Up until that moment, the Varus was looking fantastic. Is still down, is still up a little bit of gold, as we can see here, building towards that Ghost Blade, but Hype is on form. There's some scary bros. That's what I'm going to say. As Berserker now looking for Morgan. Crashdown brings life in, doesn't quite get the Shattering Strike.
I do have to... I feel like DNF is doing a really good job, /Bro is kind of struggling with keeping Morgan in the matchup against Dudu. Because if you are Rumble laning 1v2, you're feeling way better than the Aurora, right? We're actually seeing Dudu pull ahead pretty substantially.
Yeah.
Because he's much more comfortable in a 1v2, and he's not stuck in a counter matchup. We'll have to see if Bro can kind of right that wrong and get Morgan back in the matchup that he wants.
Okay, Life is just going to find Polu. Not too much more is going to come of it. And Bulldog just hanging out with Closer here in mid. I don't know whether the bros are too worried about it. I feel like Morgan is just happy to not have a great time in lane. This is kind of his lot in life.
Okay,
you know?
but you pick that counter matchup, you should have him in the...
Yeah, but I mean, they have to make all the effort to avoid it and stuff like that, you know? Maybe as Morgan, you're just like, it's all right. The rest of the team's doing well. Closer is in a decent spot right now.
Atlas, you know how sometimes people say if they have X person as their lawyer, they're definitely going to be found guilty?
Yeah.
If someone has you as their lawyer, they never have to worry about that. Because you're almost making me believe like this is a good decision, when I know for a fact it's not.
Yeah. See? I think that's called gaslighting, isn't it? Something like that? I don't know.
Well, it depends on how you want. No, gaslighting is a specific thing.
Ah,
it's
okay.
become kind of like lying, but that's not really what it is.
I
But
feel like
that's
it's
the whole...
evolved over time because people decide that everything's gaslighting these days. And I
Yeah, it's
gaslit
not.
into thinking that gaslighting is a certain thing.
Yeah.
See how I used it there? That
Yeah,
was
wrong. It was
incorrect.
very wrong, and
Yeah.
I did not enjoy that.
Yeah. That's an example of what I was talking about.
The etymology of that word actually is very interesting. I don't think we have time for that, though.
I like edamame. Okay, we've got to keep his verdict. The verdict is in, and it is no Trundle. He is going to get out of there.
All right, back to etymology. So it's about a specific... I want to say it was a film about the actual, like, this used to be a thing, a gaslight, right?
Yeah.
And you... Oh, hold up.
All right, there's a Cyclone. In goes Polo as well. Chains of Corruption and more celebratory than anything else, but I think the bros are still happy with it. Never mind, Croco misses the Cyclone there, and now Closer is in such an awkward spot. Will be taken down here by Dudu. And now Morgan slinks between worlds and will be able to take down Life to get one back here for Bro. That's going to be feats of warfare there as well. I think they kind of won that. I don't really know.
That was one of the most Rise Group sequences I've ever seen.
Oh, it was beautiful, wasn't it? The sad
certainly
Wukong spinning after a target that just never got in range.
It's just everything about that. Okay, so
Take me on a journey,
the
Chronicler.
idea of this is great. We can't be missing our chains of corruption on stun targets.
Yeah.
And then Croco also, as you highlight, the sad spin trying to
sad spin.
And then Closer, I didn't even catch what happened on the tailwind. I assume either tried the zone or just walked into a bunch of people. I'm not quite sure. It's a favorable trade for Bro, I guess.
Yeah, they get a Drake.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, they won, but it just didn't feel like it, you know?
So back to gaslighting. It specifically refers. I can't let it go, Atlas.
Flip that, everyone.
I have to finish this story,
please.
Atlas.
Please tell me about the edamame
So,
again.
It specifically refers, I don't know if it was a novel or if it was a movie, but about someone continuously lying about a gaslight being on or off to try and hide, I think it was like a murder plot. And it was about an actual gaslight. It's about continued pattern of lying to ensure that you kind of start doubting your own sense of reality, which is clearly not the same as lying. But it's also interesting because if you use a word for a different meaning enough times,
I feel like that has happened a little bit.
I mean, it has happened since the beginning of time. Words kind of do actually change their meaning. So I don't know where we're at in that process right now.
Yeah. People refer to difference of opinion as gaslighting these days.
I mean, there's a lot of words that mean very different things than they used to, right?
Yeah, it's a very good point.
I don't know if you've seen the clip of, or like the oh, hold up. We'll get back to this.
Teleport comes in. Shelly has been started up here by Pyoshik, and I don't think the Bros are going to do anything about this because Close is in the bottom lane, and they are just going to let the Rift Herald go and look to see what they can do as far as taking down this turret. That would be feats of strength if they do manage to get any turrets in these side lanes. As right now, Croco will find life on his way down. The Bros committing to this one. There's the knockup of the Magnus Storm. It's a great answer. And now, Hype looking to try and get some damage across, and he certainly does. Chains of Corruption there as well, holding them in place as Bulldog. So many Blight stacks, but Hype cannot finish the kills. But still, down goes the turret, and I think that's exactly what the Bros wanted. Whether they should have wanted it or not, I'm not entirely sure. But they played to what their plan was, and the plan succeeded. All right, Equalizer going to get a flash here out of Hype as Dudu comes on over. Look at that, he was burning the kennel.
Can't do that, that's so rude.
I know, it's a bit rude.
It's actually not a very cool thing to do. No flash on Hype is a big deal. That's definitely a big cooldown for the Varus that is playing into a lot of hard engage and at Trundle pillars. We're trying to look for the crash. I feel like someone should take that.
Yeah.
Also, did we try to block the charge and then slightly misplace? I guess no, because it was Pyoshik. I'm losing it, Atlas. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
it's
no,
already.
Pyoshik can't. If he had have blocked his own charge,
no, I know.
that would have been
but
very
this
impressive.
is like we're 16 minutes in. We're already losing the plot. This is Rise, baby.
Oh no, I'm well and truly on top of where the plot is. We were having a discussion about gaslighting. I was thinking about, is it a band, Gaslight Anthem?
Yes, I think so.
I can't remember very many examples of their music, but I remember liking them. It, like, you know how like if you don't remember anything about
at the
something,
edge
it's the,
of
like the
memory.
vibe of the memory of the name of the thing gives you a good
The
feeling.
vibe.
Yeah.
Would you say that vibe was?
It's not tempo-based. Although maybe
It's
if I
more
heard
mood-based. It's
the
the-
general BPM of a Gaslight Anthem song, it might help trigger the memory.
You know,
So maybe it is a bit of a tempo vibe, actually.
sometimes I worry that the LCK is like, you know, one of those episodic shows where you miss one episode and you're like, what the hell are these guys? Like, there's just completely new lingo that you don't understand. And you're like, what the hell are they talking about?
Yeah.
Is that us?
Yeah, that is. I mean, it's been us for many years now, Chronicler. If you're only figuring it out now,
No, but I feel like
bless you.
are we Flanderized? Are we getting worse?
Yes. All right. The Bros now looking for a little bit of a battle here as the second dragon of the game is going down. That is easily secured. Croco finds the double knockup as well as the Cyclones are named perfectly. Double kill comes through here for Hype as the Equalizer does a fair bit of damage, but unfortunately, it's not going to lock down the kills. Oh, baby, it's a Cloud Soul as well. It's all coming up, bro.
It's again the cohesion that's the difference maker. I think the setup for DNF there was actually good. I'm not even... your double frontline getting taken out and engaged like that, that's not the end of the fight. Why are Dudu, Bulldog, and Berserker all with full health bars running away? We need to all in!
Well, they definitely did not do very much of that, as Dudu is going to have to flash to get out of the way of Polu. And Bulldog is at least able to grab some pedals here towards his top side, as Dudu is trying to do some backing, and Croco doesn't really like that. Trinity Force is now complete as well. Man, this guy is doing a fair bit of work. But now Pureshik will turn up, finds a kennel, and Dudu, come back! Yeah, there it is. The Harpoon is going to connect. And they do manage to take down the overextending Wukong. Now Morgan could be in trouble as well, as you praise the bros, and then maybe things just go the other direction. They really are. Sometimes they're just contrarians, aren't they?
Okay, that was a classic Croco play, but not in the good way.
Yeah.
Where if he has ult, I think he can make that play.
If you don't like him, it is worst. You don't deserve him, it is killing everyone, you know? As Berserker's going to kill Hype. Speaking of killing everyone, there it is. Very nicely done. And Pureshik just walks up and gets a kill for his AD carry.
Is the tide churning, Atlas?
I don't know. I can't feel the tempo vibes of this game.
It's incomprehensible. This is what I mean. Like, imagine if Dudu flash Qs on top of them here. I actually think Polu, Morgan, and Croco just die.
Yeah.
And then Berserk, oh.
The look of confusion as well mixed in.
It's so understandable, though. Again, this is what a team with a lack of confidence looks like. It's something we're going to keep going back to. Like, I'm looking at that fight. I think that's playable.
Yep.
With a Rumble who actually is decently fed at that point. And then what happens afterwards is like he gets jumped on and has to flash. Anyway,
Man, I got nothing to really
anyway, it doesn't matter because Croco overchases. Really nice collapse there from Live, as well as a good gank from Pureshik on mid. Means that DNF is back in the lead, Atlas.
They are.
I am just clinging on to hope.
I mean, in the lead is an interesting way to describe it.
When it comes to specifically gold, yeah.
There we go.
I mean, yeah, when it comes to compositions, when it comes to dragons, I don't want to...
Yeah.
I'm really grasping.
They've got strong feet, except one of them is a snake. And so, theoretically, they've got less feet to go around. So maybe it's not as much of a big deal that beats the strength situation. Haha, Cassiopeia jokes. Of course, strength do still give her stuff. Is Pureshik going to come down towards this bottom side of the map looking for closer, but the Twin Fangs are biting the rise. He flashes anyway, just terrified of this snake lady, and we are programmed as humans to be scared of snakes. It's not his fault. But still, that flash was hilarious.
Man, Bulldog clearly not Australian with that flash. I think otherwise he would have held his nerves a lot better. They flash away. They get the kill into closer though. Big win there. I think maybe he was expecting closer to like flash on top of him / flash after him.
Yeah. And closer instead just decides, nah, I'm slithering, man. I'm just going to slither around and have a good time. Bulldog is going to be able to take down this turret towards his bottom side. And so that is going to extend that gold lead that we were talking about, perhaps relevant now, as DNF. You know, I can feel the tempo vibes now. I actually can.
We can feel them shift. I want to highlight, I very often talk about when it comes to a lot of our teams, even game wins can be a big deal. There's a lot of teams that are very close when together, very close to each other when it comes to the performance in series and in game score. For DNF, that's not enough. They need to win actual series, right? Even a game win, not going to do it by itself, as we do look here. Nice look from closer there. Actually gets the Conqueror proc, and then... Okay, yeah, no, I close.
Might have thought that he was dead to one more... No, he wasn't.
But he wasn't.
He was definitely not. So, I don't know. It was a bit of a weird flash. Maybe
but
it was a preemptive flash.
I would rather that he flashes than that, like, they make that play and he miscalculates and dies, and then it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
I actually would rather have Bulldog flash, even though we can agree that it was not.
Maybe the flash lures
was
them
not
into a false sense of security, thinking that Bulldog's going to be a target that they can go for. As Pureshik is putting kennels down here in this mid lane, he will take care of your dog.
I just one team fight DNF. Just one good team fight, that's all I ask. I know you have it in you, please. Please, you have a Rel Rumble, you have Rise, you have a 2-item Spike Corki that's about to transform.
Well, there is a chance of corruption.
Berserker shooting at them.
Exactly. These rockets starting to do some work. Doesn't have too many left in the chamber. As now Croco actually just going to walk on over and start this up. Morgan off to the side as well, as Hype is the one dealing with this mid lane wave. Berserker going to throw that one forward. Some decent damage. Here's the Keeper's Verdict. Just gets rid of the Corki. The follow-up damage is now missing as the equalizer. They just walk away. Now Polu is able to lock down Bulldog. That's a double here for the Lord. And Polu's work here is done. Walks away with 100 health. And DNF, once again, team fights are going to be on the list of stuff that we need to work on in the future.
It's a puppy diff so far in these fights. Polu single-handedly slams away one of the more fed members of the team, and then also immediately finds the engage onto another. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeously
I got
played.
soul point. Oh, DNF.
It's such a shame. And the thing that's beautiful about this as well is I don't think it even matters which target Polu hits, right? Like, he just needs to send someone away, and the fact that there's no hesitation. Immediately, he's flash heroic charging, locking down someone. So for that brief moment, it's a 3v5. Like, you're never winning that.
Again, it's two deathball comps, and one team is actually deathballing.
Yeah, and one team has the death baseball bat.
Really, really cute to see the decision-making here. So he initially was channeling at Pioshik, but when Pioshik got ulted, instead of going for the stationary target, he's like, I'm going to hit someone else away, and then follow up with the E, knowing that Pioshik was most likely already dead. So actually, really nice bit of split-second decision-making there from the bro support.
Yep, and also then the immediate follow-up from the rest of the team. This is the difference between these two. As a flash out from Croco, maybe a slightly over-aggressive move, as Polu's still looking for an angle here, as Edge of Night from Hype is able to allow him to soak one of these rockets. I mean, the bros are always going forward at the same pace, you know?
It's always a bit rickety, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe the reason, like, so you know how I explained tempo vibes yesterday? Maybe the bros only understand the tempo vibes if they're at one specific point. And when they do align, right, their idea of what the tempo of the game is and what the tempo vibes are, when it aligns with bros' just consistent thoughts of how things are supposed to be, it looks beautiful.
Atlas,
yeah,
your explanation of tempo vibes, the best way I can kind of explain the way it feels to me.
Yeah.
So you know when you have an essay that you write and you need like just a couple more 100 words.
Yeah.
So you're like, what if I just talk? And I don't actually need to talk about it. I don't really need to explain what I'm talking about, but I'm going to talk around it and then it'll make sense.
No, that's not tempo vibes. That's my career. You're talking about a different thing.
No, but normally I think you make a lot of sense. And everything you say is a point, but the tempo vibes I just don't get.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe it's just above you. It's
not
everyone
It's
needs
beyond
to
my
understand.
comprehension.
You don't need to understand.
But I do.
I'm here.
That is true.
Yeah.
I guess I don't need to have everything explained to me.
Yeah, and you know, you can just like, you can appreciate the game to the level that you understand, you know? And like,
just
you
not at your level.
And I'm just in the realm of the tempo vibes, which is just a little bit higher up.
A little different.
That's allowed. Chains of Corruption going to connect here as well. Berserker is really dead. Interruption on the Valkyrie, just gorgeous, and now Polu holding the rest of them in position. And the bros looking for even more as Croco just spinning because he can, and there is Petrifying Gaze here from Closer. Duda gonna flash. That is going to get him out of there, but still, he's not really fighting anymore. And Bulldog, he's done. He is just pushing this bottom lane, and honestly, good move, because they're at least able to get something back.
They can actually contest this. Yeah, with a TP, they still have Equalizer. Like, this is not done.
Well, there is a lot of Baron damage with this composition, especially out of Closer.
They can't be slow. They got to pull the trigger now.
You have to get in there yesterday, but it is just going to go down. Equalizer is decently positioned. The Magnus Storm doesn't really do much of anything at all, and Dudu really wants to be able to get in there to do damage, but he knows no flash, no chance. The bros just walk away with 5 fresh Barons.
Every time I think there's a punish window, I get proven wrong, Atlas, and I don't like it.
Yeah. By the way, there's a guy in chat called Chillaxbro1 that just said they're not gonna lie, they just really like the term tempo vibes. And you know what?
It's provocative.
Same.
Maybe the fact that we don't understand it is what makes it better. Just like this team fight decision, So Dudu gets out here. As you highlight, nice flash means that Paulo can't quite find. But here, if Life fully sends it and Dudu follows up, like I actually think you can at least kill a few of them. I get that. Like I think playing for the smite might not have even though you have 2 smites. Like I get that probably doesn't work. But I just keep seeing these opportunities, and it feels like DNF. They're just not aligned. And now we got Morgan with TP pushing in the bot lane. We got Soul Point set up.
Whoa, there's the flash. Hits 4 with the petrifying gaze, but the heroic charge goes wide. Bulldog goes golden, and Croco has found him on this backline. And now Morgan gets in there, goes between the worlds. Dudu gets sliced in half. Yoshik as well does have some subjugation, but unfortunately, those that he's trying to subjugate are saying, nah, no thanks, buddy.
And he has subjugation, but not supervisation!
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Well, Bulldog is going to make it to the river. Scuba dives his way out of here.
I don't think the Nexus falls.
I think the Nexus feels like it's already fallen, though, doesn't it?
The Nexus has fallen.
Yeah.
What's that movie?
Olympus is
there
fallen.
you go.
Yeah, Gerard Butler.
Yeah, that movie's great. I don't know.
I don't quite remember.
It's about.
There's a few of those movies.
No, it's like the White House is being attacked, and then
it's these like the politicians are under fire movies.
It's like,
there's like 800 of them.
It's basically Die Hard with extra steps.
Yeah.
So
there's a Channing Tatum one as well.
White House Down. Yeah, I like that one. That one was good.
That was a romp.
So DNF are getting Otacon. I don't get it. After all this, they do get Otacon. As Closer starts up, Paulo just not quite finding the angle there, and the rest of the team also isn't quite ready. So it's a bit messy. They do kill Bulldog, or get close to killing Bulldog. He does flash over and phase rushes and then makes his way out. So Bro don't actually get that much value out of their Baron buff. Like, they haven't even gotten an inhib.
I mean, it's a 4K Rebel Baron power.
Well, it's fine, but, you know, they also have Soul. I don't know. I'm trying to glass half full this Atlas.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, but they've got Soul. Like,
well, no, I know, and also they've won every team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they even give DNF that little bit of hope. And that's generosity right there, by allowing them to take the Otacon.
Piercing doesn't take that much damage, so that's nice at least.
Has now at least got a little bit of armor built up. There's Croco clearing out some vision where he can. These wards keep popping up, his life keeps throwing them over. Harpoon's coming on out, but you can see Morgan splitting in this mid lane up against the Rise. Feeling okay in that matchup as well, as we can see 4-0-3 on this Aurora. I swear, it is, maybe it's not the year of Closer, it's the year of Morgan. It is the year of our Lord 2025.
I'm a little bit skeptical when you try to proclaim it, but round 3 is the round of Morgan. I feel, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, the closer you get to Worlds, the closer he is.
I just hope it continues to round 4. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Hopefully they, get into play-ins.
Because today's the last day of round 3.
Yeah. And yeah, the rounds are very short here, ladies and gentlemen, as Keeper's Verdict is just going to pick the middle. Still DNF taking a lot of damage. And now they're going to look for the flank angle as in goes Croco. Knock up onto life. And he is just going to get taken down. A desperation engage as Bulldog down to 200. Going to get sent back to the fountain. But the Bros, they do not bite off more than they can chew. No. We're backing away.
Reset.
Yeah.
Wait for Baron.
Unless Closer decides he wants to kill Pyoshik, or Hype decides that. There's a teleport coming in from Dudu. I don't know what's quite going on there as the Heroic Charge doesn't get the stun, and it's just Dudu's wild ride, just on a merry jaunt. Another yell, another scream towards this Rise, who is going to be able to go golden. These Twin Fangs really starting to hurt here as Closer is going to be able to lock down that kill. A weird series of events, but they are going to come up pro in the end. In goes Croco, the flash forward to find the Q onto the Corki. And the Bros are denied their reset opportunity. Instead, they're going to be forced to win the game after waiting for a minion wave.
But what about the Baron?
Oh, it's so sad. That's 43 seconds. That might be too long. Let's see, though, as the siege is on now. Morgan tanking up this turret momentarily, but Life and Pyoshik, I just don't know what they're going to be able to do. Somehow that Chains of Corruption misses, and there goes Life. In the blink of an eye, it is over. And there is Croco locking down that kill. The Bros in the end able to come out victorious. It was a very interesting series. The vibes were hard to really translate in this one. But in the end, the power of the bro team fight was too much.
It really does come down to the 5v5. I think both teams had a lot of mechanical misexecutions, a lot of decisions that made us scratch our heads. But in good times and in bad, the bros went in together. Everyone was ready. It doesn't matter if someone messes up an engage, if someone flashes into a bunch of enemies. And it's just what makes bros so fun to watch. And on the flip side, it's what makes these faces on the DNF side so heartbreaking. You can see the opportunities are there, but the gameplay, the trust just doesn't hold up under scrutiny, and it's that continued loss streak still ongoing for DNF.
Yeah, this is the problem. Oftentimes, winning breeds more winning, and losing will also breed more losing. And that is what is plaguing DNF right now. You mentioned there were some angles in some of these fights, but they weren't able to take them. They were risks that they just weren't in a position to take based on where their minds were at in this one. Another victory here for the Cassiopeia as well, bringing it up to a 3-3, right, for the Snake Lady? Not too bad. Maybe we're going to start believing in the Cassio versus Rise matchup. But what I'm also believing in is the second game between these two squads being an absolute joy to witness. We are going to witness that after we take a short break, and then the space with the Tridans are going to break it down. Oh yeah.
오케이. 나 탈진도 있어서 그냥 내가 성공부터 쓸게. 오서라. 이번에 탈진 받고 볼게 이번에. 레일 노트라 레일 나.
천천히 해도 돼. 30초라.
네, 나 늑가는.
이거 레만 막아주라.
레일 가봐.
안 맞아.
근데 바로 스킬 나왔는데 이런 말고 그러잖아. 바로스 가고 그럴 레일 몇 시야?
아 미안. 좋았어. 아니 바로스 잘했어.
서파이
살려줄게.
나이스.
바로스 너무
같이 재밌다. 아 근데 초반에 내가 좀
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the space. We are Dan. It is the Tri-Dan breakdown here of the Bros, up 1-0 over the DN Automotive Freaks. Yeah, that was a series draft. Very, very unique here, Dan. Brent Dan.
I'm the Bren Dan. I was like the evolved version of the Dan. We do want to talk about this draft because blinding Trundle is something we have been all having a big problem with. And not only did they blind the Trundle, they didn't even ban the Wukong. So they gave over the most winning pick on this patch, which is Wukong. It's now, I think, 12-3, something ridiculous like that. And Trundle he's good, but he's not blindable, and that was something we really wanted to point out here. It's not okay for DNF.
Yeah, also letting the Varus go over as well, which we've seen have great success. I feel like just going to be such a problem in the late stages of the game, the fact that you have that strong laning, but then also the long-range poke and the burst potential in those team fights, and we saw it come to fruition so well. Also, the Rel has been such a successful pick, but you allowed the Poppy to go through, so it was like that immediate answer that really limits the ability of the Rel to make those big engages.
Yeah, and Brendan, you've been saying this Poppy pick is just so strong. You don't want people to play it.
Yeah, I think Poppy is, a lot of people just pick it as a counter, right? If there's a lot of dashes, if there are a lot of people that are going to be engaging into you, but I feel like it should just be tier listed a lot of the time. Just her ult is insanely strong, and her ability to really shape fights around what she wants to do, what the team wants to do, is just so strong, and I think we should play it more often.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here. Both will be at the Drake pit, but the first one, it's clean execution by the Bros at the second Drake.
Yeah, and I think in this one, kind of seeing really the value of the Wukong pick and just how quickly you can start fights and immediately get that impact. Even though the Poppy actually gets disrupted by the Trundle, the Wukong comes in, the CC's layered, the disruption's there, your front line's immediately obliterated. And I just think having that immediate engage potential and ability to start fights is just so much value in the 5v5.
Yeah, I'm also not a big fan of Cassiopeia, but, you know, into the Rise, we've seen it a lot. And in this case, it's very good because the second you get that engaged, they're not going anywhere, and it actually does do very well alongside the Wukong, and got some good value there.
However, after this, the DN Automotive Freaks were able to get some picks. They found a pick in the mid lane. They got on a hype. They got a pick in the bot lane after Krako chased a little bit too far, but it set us up for the third Drake battle. This one, a decisive play here by President Paulo.
Yeah, I mean, this is the value of the Poppy that I was talking about in the draft. Very nicely done, just avoiding all the vision. And I love the vision toggle here because they just have no idea. So Palu, he's like, okay, I'm just going to avoid all this vision, and now he's going to line up the perfect ult. Like, it comes out of nowhere. They just have no idea, and then he slams him into the wall as well.
Yeah, the fact that you knock away the AD carry, you then stun the jungler into the wall, you've essentially removed two members of the fight immediately. There's no way you can bounce back from this position and win the fight, and it's just Paulo really carrying this one and making it an easy dub.
Yeah, he felt very comfortable on this Poppy after having, I think, a tough last week. Week 10 wasn't Palu's greatest week, despite the fact that they won those games. This one, a lot of it rested on him. And uniquely, we're able to see on the opposite side, Bulldog giving some feedback here, saying to the rest of the team, or just checking by himself like, man, everyone else having the chat, he's looking at his own laning phase and trying to figure out what went wrong. And for a player with so much potential and has had different pop-off moments, just hasn't had that this year.
Yeah, I think especially when you're playing a champ like Rise as well, like Degon, you did a good job of highlighting, like, he's really in a slump. I think all of them are, but like when you're playing a champ like Rise, it always feels like, could I have realm more better here? Could I have found a better angle here? Was I in the right position? My range is kind of low. So I feel like especially for this kind of champ, he's got to look into it a bit more.
Yeah, I do think it's good though. I mean, despite the fact that DNF had so many struggles, it still feels like they are trying to find the answers, and they've struggled so far, and now on the back of this going 1-0 down, feels like they're getting further and further away from where they want to be, but they're still trying to find those answers despite how late we are getting in this season.
Yeah, and even in this game, even after that third Drake, the Poppy pop knockback and all that stuff, they still had a gold lead. Like, the DN Automotive Freaks are still in it. It's just about finding a way to turn those leads into victories, to closing out games. They just seem unable to do it. Whereas for the Bros, it's getting wins and surviving, right? You need to get this win against the DN Automotive Freaks, given the fact that BNK Furex and DRX are all still alive in this Rise group here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very important win for Bro, just confidence-wise, just because they got kind of slammed by BNK the last time out. So for Bro, coming in and, you know, able to turn their week around is going to feel good. For DNF, going back to confidence, it really is all about that. There's multiple times where it's like they could have won the fight, but like one player's just not going in, or like
side.
they're just not on the same side. They're, yeah.
Blue side there for the DNF. What do you want to see there from them? Sorry, Brendo.
I mean, I think easy to execute team fight. Look, when you go into a fight, I want you to have ability to just start fights at a whim. Things like the Wukong, really powerful, but you shouldn't be giving over stuff like that. I feel like those are the tools you want because they've struggled when it gets to those later 5v5s. We saw things like the Nocturne Orianna be really powerful, so I feel like leaning on things like the Trundle and giving over those tools, bit of a mistake.
All right, 1-0 for the Bros over the DN Automotive Freaks. Let's see if they're able to bounce back, or will the Bros close it out 2-0? We'll send it on over the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Digon. And just a little bit of a tip here from chat, from Dream W. Says, Digon hair not look so healthy, need good care from professional hands instantly. So, Dan's, if you could get on that for the other Dan, that would be fantastic.
Well, I don't think the Dans should be the one handing out hair care. I don't think they're the hair care professionals.
I mean, have you seen Brendan's new haircut?
No, I know.
It's
but I
pretty
assume
crisp.
that was not self-done. I assume that he went to a great
Oh, he
hair care
just wandered
professional.
past. We didn't actually, it was just a weird sort of situation there. Yeah, no, I don't really see it. It is a bit red, which I don't think is natural.
I do think
that's all
that
I've
part
really
is on
got.
purpose, though.
Ah, yes.
Seeing a little... I saw Dundun there. Unless they flipped the Uzan Dudu, because I don't know why they would be shouting out Dundun as a DNF, but I definitely
Maybe
did
it's
see
upside
it.
down. Maybe your brain has gone upside down and you're comprehending things the wrong way now.
Yeah, it could be as the Bull Mom still here supporting.
And look, sometimes it's just about having a good time on the Rift. And hopefully Bulldog did have a good time. He was in side lanes quite a bit, clearing out turrets and stuff like that. Did manage to get a little bit of gold back for the team. And honestly, DNF didn't have nothing, you know? At the beginning of the game, they're always okay at keeping up. And then it just slips away a little bit too consistently. Still, they keep on the blue shorts, and they're looking to see whether they can bring us to 3 games up against the Bros. It looks like everyone's ready to get into the draft as well. Look at that big grin on Closer's face, though. It is a little bit of a worry here for DNF fans, because the Bros are feeling like they're feeling pretty good here in this second game. All right, draft time. Not going to be seeing that Poppy once again for Polu. We'll see whether the bans do evolve as well.
I'm not going to lie, Atlas. I thought you were going to say, not going to talk about it this time, because guess what? Doesn't matter, but we're not. We're keeping up the Vil for a little longer.
Yeah.
Certainly.
If this goes to 3 games, you best believe that there'll be people frustrated in chat saying, just please talk about the game. That's what's going to happen.
We will be saying no, but not in game 2, you know? And it's, again, I just want DNF to win a series, Atlas. It's been too long. It hurts too much. The Bros of all teams should be able to do this, right? Maybe that's where your Brotex goes toward today. Mate, and I have to keep this going because I'm pretty sure Atlas is just all-inning.
Yeah, I just need to all-in on Bro.
Yeah,
this is the way.
As you do.
This is how we do it. I don't have that many channel points.
Because you bet them all on Bro.
Because, you know, we all-in on Bro. That's how we roll. Was a good day when they took down DK, though. That's certainly one of those times where it feels good to be a Bro fan. But honestly, you all-in after all-inning so many times. You just don't have that many points to go around.
Azir is open.
All right, this could be the angle, and Bulldog is going to snap that one up. We've seen this be a mistake in the past for other teams. We'll see whether giving this to Bulldog is going to be something that the Bros do regret.
Watch them slam like Zinzao Akali.
Oh, God. I mean, they could just...
It is Closer.
It is likely that he did do it, like, in their last match. I am pretty sure.
Was that? Yeah, that wasn't great, right? That Akali didn't work.
This one's a bit more fun.
So I think the Yone right now is not in the best spot. Oh, I do like that.
That's
Yone,
kind of fun.
Maokai. That combo has been very solid for a long time. It just sets up, follows up so nicely. Tier list picks are good though for DN Freaks. I actually really like both these first picks.
Yep.
Since I was self-explanatory, ton of early pressure available here for Pioshik. And then what? Well, Gwen is taken away by them, so maybe Mbessa? Sion?
Yep.
Could pick Sion here.
Yeah, Sion would actually be fine, given the fact that the Trundle has already been utilized in this Fearless draft thus far.
Although Morgan Cho is looming.
Oh
on
god,
the
no,
horizon.
it's actually, isn't it just so free?
I think they should. I think he should, yeah.
Yeah, there is no doubt in my mind that...
Well, I can also go Renekton.
I mean, the Prehistoric Lord is, like, it's such a good title, you know? And he has to, like, it would then mean
so what,
that he has to go Jurassic Cho'Gath.
He has to go Cho'Gath or Renekton.
Renekton's fine too. That's actually a very good point. There are multiple dinosaurs that you can go with, but it's got to be the Cho. It has to be the Cho. And picking the Sion here at this point in the draft, like, think about if that had have just been a Sivir that they locked in instead. I don't think you lose access to a Sion.
No, I don't think it's going to be banned. But it does make me wonder, wouldn't Manbro just save top lane counter pick till last, based on how they've been drafting? I'm pretty sure they would have.
But now they get support counter pick instead. Yeah. Sort of like you get both.
Well, it's also, so now, but that's just the virtue of being on red side, right? You're always going to be able to counter pick a lot.
Yeah, you are able to counter pick a lot. I think if you pick differently on blue side, you can limit the amount of counter picks.
Yeah, I think that what could have happened, as you highlighted, they pick up the Sivir, which I think would have worked fine with this composition. They probably go Sion themselves and then maybe ban Cho'Gath, or I don't even know if you need to ban Dudu Cho'Gath. I'm not really too worried about that.
Or Morgan just picks Cho'Gath blind and just says, and what? That would be pretty Giga Chad.
I don't think he should, though. That's definitely not good.
Ah.
Morgan has been the best Cho'Gath, though, by a large margin.
Emphasis on the large.
4 of the other Cho'Gaths were DK, and none of them were good.
Oh, God, yeah.
Showmakers was probably the best.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That was the mid build with the Hyla Blades. That did happen. Yeah.
That was the fun one that originated in the LEC.
Even though they did win with it, Shio did not look good. Morgan, though...
Didn't we see a 0-8 Sion yesterday? Did that happen?
Maybe. I don't
was
know.
that the day before? Might have been the day before.
It might have been the day before. I don't know. I try to forget games like that.
That might have been...
Didn't Dudu go like 0-7?
Yeah,
0
I also
Sion?
I also think that there was the 0-8 Cho'Gath situation was actually DK.
It probably was Shio then.
Yeah.
No, wasn't that Barrel?
I mean, he hasn't played support Cho'Gath in quite some time.
But he played it this year.
I'm saying this week it happened. I'm pretty sure it happened this week.
Okay, that wasn't... No, then it wasn't.
Then it wasn't? Okay.
No. Okay, so we got Nico picked up. I like this draft from the bros.
Me too.
Really good front line, good engage. Do kind of lack
we are
damage.
Scaling, baby. Look at that. Oh, man. If the DN Freaks managed to convince Bro to do nothing for 30 minutes.
What do you mean convince?
This is so good. That's what I'm saying.
That's the angle.
It's the anti-Bro angle, although...
All right, Slam Jinx.
Since Croco did come in, it has looked a little bit different, but
They're
still.
not quite the same.
I do like the Jinx angle. This would be... We are committed to we're very short range and we're going to start fights. And honestly, we want them to start fights. So maybe this is absolutely fine.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it gives you... one of the most underrated parts for me about Kai'Sa is her side lane pressure is just insane.
Yep.
It makes it so easy to consistently get picks. And particularly when you're playing against a team like the DN Freaks, whose side laning obviously hasn't been great. There's a lot of angles there. When it comes to the early pressure, it's all about life and Pioshik for DN Freaks. They need to be on point, then they can actually win early skirmishes. If they get engaged on, though, I think that until we reach mid-game, they're kind of cooked. The amount of burst that comes out from OK Manbro is a big deal.
Yep.
Eventually, you have so many disengage tools, you have actually beefy front lines, you'll be fine. But the main thing with the DN Freaks composition is you cannot fall too far behind. Because if you fall behind in mid-game, and you're like half an item behind with this comp, you're done.
Yeah.
You're cooked.
It is a little bit rough. And I have a question. You remember how, like, if you had more than one ninja on a team, you'd have, like, -1 health, and, like, if you're a character that had sunglasses on, you'd take less damage from Leona and things like that. If you play Lumberjack Scion, do you do more damage to Maokai?
You should do one more.
You should. I know they removed all these things from the game, which is so sad.
I already feel like they shouldn't.
I really think, because like, what does 1 point of health really do? Maybe some stuff. We've seen some people go down to relatively low health, but still, maybe we could put that back. That's my petition. Let's get onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This just in, I just heard from Oleye that you do more damage on Tuesday as well. So make of that what you will. May not be true, but oftentimes I believe what I read in chat. It does help spice up my life. So there it is. Do a bit more damage on Tuesday.
It's not a...
That's why we don't have the LCK on Tuesday, because we don't want to skew things in favor of any of the teams that we have.
It does explain a lot about challengers.
Oh yeah, true.
But it doesn't sound like a thing that's true.
Were most of our 9 gamers on a Tuesday? Maybe they were. Imagine that.
We had, what, 2?
Yeah.
Truly, the depths of casting that were hit and the highs will never be replicated again.
Never.
Not in this LCK.
Nope. Unless they bring back Challenger, it will just have to remain in the past. As the Bros waiting here in this brush, not going to connect. And that will be Polu, who just goes down to 50% health to start off the lane. Probably subpar, putting that in the comms column.
Not ideal, but they do still have laning pressure here. Obviously, they're clear. Good amount stronger here. You just need to make sure you don't get hooked, because that does make your life very unpleasant, as a case in point.
Yeah, Hype's life did become unpleasant. They do this time manage to take life down to about 50%. Both heals and the Ghost expended, actually. So, Bro, using a little more here on this bottom side just to maintain that lane advantage, as level 2 is finally gained. And the Bros will at least be able to get some respite for the moment as they crash this wave in. We need to be a little bit careful, though, because Life is hitting these hooks. He's managing to get these anchors lined up, and it's working well. There it is, Piercing Darkness into the anchor once again. But it is getting a little bit difficult to do that, because Polu offers a lot of damage back alongside Hype when he does go in.
It's also interesting in that we have Hype going for Ghost and Berserker going for the Cleanse, which... Oh!
Another hook going to connect here as Polu once again down to about 200, as now Berserker chasing after him. He may have to flash, although he doesn't. And so he's just going to be fine. DNF fighting back nicely here on this bottom side, though.
Big wins in the 2v2. When it comes to the health bar, we'll see if they can actually turn it into a CS advantage, or whether it's going to remain just about the health, as we are farming grasp stacks off each other.
Yes, certainly are.
That's the game plan.
It's working well for Dudu so far, so there's at least that.
So I also am going to take a close look at something that I think teams haven't been doing very well, and I hope that Morgan can show us how it's done, given his previous Cho'Gath performance, in that I want to see him actually hit feast stacks off of minions before the game is over.
Like, just eat minions.
Just eat minions, but also eating a single grub, eating a dragon when you're there is something you should do.
Yeah.
As soon as you can. Obviously, if there's a specific objective you want to play for, that's okay. But I can't really deal with the continued pressure of watching a Cho'Gath just sit there and not become bigger. It feels wrong. I need him to be as big as humanly possible. And Morgan did that.
Oh, that brings me to the plot of the most recent Jurassic Park film, where it is about humans making dinosaurs as big as humanly possible, you know?
The last, like, new age Jurassic Park I watched was the first one with Chris Pratt.
Ah, yeah.
Another!
So I think that's like 3 away.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 movies.
Yeah.
So did you actually watch it?
Yeah, I went and watched it.
Oh, was it good?
For some reason, my wife and I just like go and watch every Jurassic Park film together.
This was the one with Scarlett Johansson, right?
Yeah.
So
and it was a bit of a non sequitur, but it had dinosaurs in it, and dinosaurs are cool. So
I respect it.
I was into it for that reason. Not a great film. I don't.
You and I
beat around the bush.
Went
it's
to
not good.
watch Superman. That one was awesome.
That was definitely, it was fun. I'm not going to say I really thought it would. I mean, I think the performances were good. I think the story was unnecessarily convoluted.
Really?
Yeah.
I liked it. I thought it was good.
It was better than I expected. It was better than I expected.
Were you also there when we went to see Thunderbolts? I'm not.
No, I didn't
sure.
see that one.
Didn't see that one. That one was good. I think you would like that one.
Yeah, apparently that one was okay. I made the mistake of watching the.
It was quite good.
Another couple of superhero films.
Oh, you saw like the bad stretch. Yeah.
So I've gone off. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm just going to go watch True Detective with my wife. And
and instead you're going to watch
good performances and stuff.
Yeah, like the new Jurassic.
Like the new Jurassic Park. No, that was before. Okay.
Okay.
That was different.
But you're committed now.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park.
And we are committed to a team fight as well, as Kroko's flashing in, managing to get on top of Pyosik, but already Polo has gone down and Pyosik gets himself out. It's the steal, though, for Kroko to make sure that this is worth it for the bros, as Emperor's Divide from Bulldog is really helping, but Life still taking a fair bit of damage. There's the flash over from Dudu, and the knock-up still catches Hype, who is able to at least get the supercharger to get himself out of there, and Dudu is not able to follow up because it was a good rupture. Still 2 kills for DNF, even if they don't get the Drake.
A team fight win for DNF. Breathes hope, as we saw the fan cam there. Fans feeling good about that one. Dragon did go over to Bro, so it is not the end of the world for them, but it is a big win.
Yeah.
That is what I want to see. I want to see true commitment, and that's what they gave us here. Initial setup to this fight doesn't look that good, but Pyosik actually does a great job, and Life, again, has been the main character for DNF thus far. Hooks the people away from Pyosik to ensure that he doesn't go down. Then Bulldog sets up actually a really nice fight, forces the flash, and then Dudu, he commits in a way that fills me with joy. The fact they're not able to kill Hype is a little unfortunate. I feel like they could have chased a little further, but early on is Paulo.
Well, he's just flashing away. Hype now in a little bit of trouble, but Life is also going down lower and lower. Supercharger to get Hype in there as the hook is still going to connect. Kroko does turn up, but can he actually save the play? That's the question as Berserker gets out of the way of the grasping nature, and it is just going to be a 1-for-1 in the end.
Favorable, though, for DNF, I would say, because the Kaisa ends up dying.
Would agree.
But the kills go over the Life, which is a bit unfortunate. You know, that's not really what you want, as...
Demolition Man here on the bottom side of the map as Morgan just walks up to the turret momentarily. There's a large minion wave here, and Morgan's relatively loud, so he is just going to yell at the Scion a bit.
Morgan is already on 2 feast stacks.
There we go. Just use it on cooldown.
That's what I love. That's what I want to see.
Got to get bigger.
Got to get bigger.
All right, we're gonna see how this one starts.
I'm kind of wondering whether Hype thought that he was about to ding 6, like maybe the experience bar was close, because I don't know, this makes sense, right? It's just really a nice hook from Life. But then recommitting here before Kroko is there, this aggressively, I don't think you can really excuse us.
He's here in this bottom lane.
He's everywhere!
Yeah, we got 1 second on the feast, but Kroko is moving in. Oh dear, remember Morgan gets more powerful the lower his health bar. His Dawning Shadow goes down, and maybe I lied, because Morgan is just dead. Kroko over here now just gonna have to walk his way out. This Christmas tree is just gonna park itself underneath this turret to try and grab some of these minions. Life is really pulling DNF back into this series.
I just hope it keeps it up, because this is a Life level performance that I don't even remember what the last time was we saw Life play like this. Because there were times when he did.
Yeah, I think he may have had a Gen.G tag when he was playing like it last time.
Might have been 4 years, yes. As, oh, Morgan's hubris of a tank player, thinking he could you don't need to go in here. Yeah, just stay.
He was feeling himself, man.
Well, yeah, but ends up dying because of the ultimate. Really nicely done there as well by Berserker, assisting his teammates. You weren't really necessary, like you don't really have kill threat, but at least wait until you sustain up a little bit off of the minion wave.
Yeah.
Just let the play go. The fact you got out there with your life is already a win.
Yep.
It's almost a 2K goal lead for DNF.
And their composition is all scaling. We have to say once, like...
Dare we to dream?
Yeah. Well, no.
No, no dream.
I'm not dreaming in either direction
Okay.
at this point in time.
I can only imagine what the discourse will be when we do hit the game 3, so I'm kind of hoping for that.
Yeah.
Also, I think DNF need to win, man. I think even the staunchest Bro fan, you're a Bro fan, so you're noble, just by nature.
Yeah.
You know you can afford to get
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we go all in and then just hope that we lose. That's the Bro way. It's not about victories on the Rift, because we get victories just by existing as, you know, Bro fans.
Wouldn't it be poetic if your Bro text goes toward making a DNF player happy?
True. Although I don't pity DNF fans, right? It's not about pity here.
Okay, let me rephrase that. How about making a DNF player happy?
Absolutely. Because we want to make everyone happy.
Yeah.
That's the Bro way. As Morgan is going to get knocked up. I mean, this is just Sion versus Cho'Gath, everyone. That's kind of how it's going. Closer is going to be able to lock down this Siege minion. 300 gold is the lead here for Bulldog in this mid lane, as Closer's continuing to take a lot of pressure. And the Bros licking their wounds for the moment, but we'll see where they do try to put on an extra layer of pressure. I think fighting for this Drake going to be a very good idea, because I think that is one of the biggest remaining win conditions here for the Bros, is to try and get a Dragon stack going, make that one their way to win this game. As I say that, it is a back coming on through for Croco, and Pureshik has already started off the Drake. So it is not one of the Drakes that they're going to contest.
And even though these early skirmishes were good, we need to see actual team fighting. We're gonna hold off on the excitement. We're gonna hold off on truly losing it until we see DNF actually take a good team fight.
And triple Chemtech, Hextech Soul is available for both teams now. That is a scary prospect. As teleport back in here from Closer, doesn't quite have his Blade of the Rune King completed just yet. And as he gets back to lane, Bulldog is going to offer a fair bit of damage back. His National's Tooth is done. Doesn't even have shoes. He's just built that sword. That is what he's going to be going to battle with.
Isn't it more of a dagger? I don't actually. I haven't looked at it in detail.
It's a tooth, actually, isn't it? It's
well, yeah, but a dagger can be.
Yeah, you'd make a dagger out of a tooth, wouldn't you? And it depends on how big the tooth.
Well, it can be a sword. I just think at this shape, it gives dagger.
Well,
oh my God! Life!
Flashed on here by Life. He finds the knock-up as well. Polu gonna have to flash away. Slightly aggressive, maybe overly so, but I just love the vibes. I love what Life is putting out here.
I'm with you. I don't know about tempo yet, but the vibes are there.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, that TP though.
Well, Nature's Grasp is coming on through here as there's the ulti. They just want to punish Life for his hubris. He wants to try and Hexgate his way out, but there is enough CC to deny any of that. In fact, just damage would be enough. So honestly, he was definitely not escaping there.
Might have been worth just letting Morgan eat him.
That would have been a good idea. Feed the Cho'Gath is a good move.
Would have been good. Like, he's not going to be able to make it towards the top side anyway because he TP'd behind them. This is also, I still think, a fine trade for DNF because they get a ton of damage towards the top side turret, as Dudu needs to be a little careful. I know he's Sion, but that is a lot of damage that is imminent here, and he will be dipping out. Also has his ultimate available, so I guess I needn't worry.
He's all right momentarily. Still, the Bros able to grab a little bit back as far as some control over this game. We're going to see this one more time as, yeah, there was a hell of a lot committed to just killing a Nautilus. But sometimes when you are struggling,
come on, Morgan,
it's time to just put as many resources into killing a target as you possibly can.
You got to think about the food.
Yep.
Just, it's fine. You're not killing any of those other guys. Just run towards that Nautilus, jumping up.
All right, Heartsteel done here for Morgan as well. Doesn't have many stacks there, but he is up to 4 already on the feast. And every time I look up and I see that it's on cooldown, I just smile. I feel good.
Is that how Ox feels when it comes to Ziggs and teams not rotating him with the W?
Oh, 100%.
Where he just becomes like so focused, and I'm just like, get those feast stacks up! Well, that makes sense.
That's how it goes.
I like Cho'Gath, man. He's such a Season 2 champion.
He's brilliant because he also hasn't been reworked when most of the other ones have in one way or another.
Because he's fair. He just does what he does and he always has.
I mean, he has one of the last remaining silences in the game, right?
Yep. Yeah, there is a decent amount of like the channel interrupts. Those I think are still relatively commonplace, but yeah, silences there are not a lot anymore.
Kind of crazy thinking back to what LeBlanc used to do and what Cassidy used to do. Kind of
when
crazy.
you think about it, that's actually, particularly with LeBlanc, a character whose whole identity is I jump in and you can't counterplay unless you like really have it. Yeah, that's, wow.
A little bit silly. As
Oh my God,
Berserker is
mid-lane
just going to take this turret, and there is nothing the Bros can do about it. That is going to be feats of strength. This first turret blood goes down, and the Bros are just losing.
He is also Giga accelerated here. 45 souls at only 15 minutes. And every showing between these two teams, Atlas, might I need I remind you, has gone the distance.
Yeah.
Has gone to free.
We should have known.
Right now, it's feeling good.
Well, they're going to take even more here. As the Rift Herald is going to be taken. We want to remind everyone as well that this doesn't get worse for DNF.
Oh, no.
They are just happy to continue scaling to infinity. And so the Bros gonna have to do something before it just gets way too late. Back gonna come on through here for Berserker. He's gonna see what he can put together as the next item. Very close to Rapid Fire Cannon item number 2. Aiming should be taking notes.
As long as no one on DNF massively oversteps, they also have so much built-in safety, right?
Yeah.
Like actually killing a target for Bro is really hard because even your prime target, Berserker, has a Zero to keep him safe, has a Scion, has a Nautilus, and has a Xin Zhao. And normally I think you're supposed to fall behind a little bit in the early skirmishes, but because the early fights did go their way, that's not the case. Berserker is actually 1,000 gold ahead, about to hit RFC.
It's massive. The fact that the center is so far ahead is ludicrous here in this game. As Morgan wants to be able to answer this turret take towards the bottom side. The problem is that there's also a dragon available as Pioshik may be a little bit too far forward, but the hook is going to come on through. Pop Blossom is denied almost entirely as Closer a defensive little Q there is slightly helpful as Dudu from the back end of the fight is looking to take one down, and there is the Piercing Darkness to finish off the kill. A double comes down as Ione falls, and Life says 2 for 1, we take those, and an inner turret is going to fall as well as Morgan was thinking about a flank and thinks against it in the end.
The Lord even TP'd! Didn't matter! Fight was already lost as, oh my God, Atlas.
I mean,
is it happening?
There's very little chance that the Bros can win this game. Based on what we're seeing in the play, but also how these drafts are set up. These teams, like, what happened in that booth afterwards? Like, what was Bulldog watching? You know, and then what did he share to the rest of his team after he watched it? That was all we really saw, was him in the coach's booth, studying, making sure that everything was better. Man, he came up with the answer here, and it was Life play really well. And Life was like, all right.
All right, okay, I guess I will. And then he has.
Yep.
So far, absolute. Don't be fooled by that KDA, by the way. He is the player of this match so far for DNF, but it's everyone looking better.
3-3-3. He literally has 100% kill contribution on both teams.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I was going to say, look at that scoreline and be impressed.
If there is action, he'll be there.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter where it is, night or day, bro or rain, he'll be there. Don't you worry. I think that this is one of those classic bro games where after a great game one, they just kind of don't do anything and lose.
That is what it's looking like thus far. Let's see whether they come alive. Maybe there's some sort.
Oh, I think.
But I just don't really feel it.
I think they will.
In game 3.
Hey, you know where I was going with that.
And honestly, what would today have been without this first series being a 3-gamer? It's just not really.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make statements like, "Oh my God, there's no way," because let's be real, it's still DNF, right? They still need to close out the game.
Yep.
And we're not going to make any statements like that for a team that has just really struggled with actually closing out games. But given the position that this draft is in, the fact that they have both amazing engage, amazing disengage, a really big range advantage, and their carries are fed, I feel like this should be a slam dunk. This should be a freebie from here on out for DNF. All they need to do, keep Bulldog and Berserker safe, team up, and 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, if they were half their gold lead behind, I would still say that DNF are in a great place in this game.
Instead, they're 5.5k gold up.
Yeah.
I understand their reservations surrounding Otacon. I think it's fine to start Otacon and then just turn. That's okay. Don't actually need to flip and take any big risks. I get why you wouldn't want to do that if you're DNF.
Let's see whether the Bros can actually get Polo into a good position to hit a Pop Blossom. That is going to be a really important thing, in my opinion, in this game, because the Pop Blossoms really haven't been landing. Polo had a great game on the Poppy. Unfortunately, not too much more. We've started up the Otacon, though.
Bro is not the objective first. That can be annoying to play into for the Maokai, and Polo is on the flank.
Yeah, this Polo angle is actually fantastic. Wind becomes lightning with Pyoshik not quite able to get in there. As it goes down to 100 health, and Pyoshik, he's able to lock it down. Polo gets into the back line, but Bulldog is absolutely fine. And oh god, the Bros are just way too far behind. They're going to get obliterated in this fight after losing the objective, and now going to lose even more.
And DNF surge to life. This might be a like 22-minute. They might end. I don't know if they actually can, but it was a clean ace. And even though the Nexus might not fall, the game is over.
Oh yes. I mean, I think it's been over for quite some time.
Oh, I know, but I wanted to be
10,000
careful.
gold, 21 minutes, Senna Azir Scion. I mean, at this point, it's like attack move winnable.
We're getting to haircut.
Yeah, rally your Zerglings to the enemy's nexus, you know?
That's where we're at, right? It's hairbad time. If we would do that, which we don't, because we're not going to repeat that mistake. I do love, though, that DN Freaks finally are in the fray. We see a full commitment on the team fight, a trust in their front line, and even though Bro tried to throw them off kilter, they're not going to fall for it.
Well, it is still going to be a slow and steady type scenario here.
I mean, yeah, they don't get soul in 45 seconds, so that's something for Bro.
Yeah, I think the fact that this is a best of 3 is the biggest thing for Bro at this point in time.
You know me, Atlas, always the optimist.
Yeah.
I got nothing, though. I don't see it.
Well, at least Polo made it to level 7 by 22.5 minutes in this game.
Oh my god, dude, that is so funny. He did the most damage in the game.
Okay. I mean, fair enough.
Well, I mean, is it? He has an Azir with Leandris on his team.
I mean, I don't understand it, but I understand.
A little bit of that is farming off of Cho'Gath, right?
Yeah.
So we need to...
There hasn't been a massive amount of, like, we're skirmishing all the time. It's a lot of Bro not doing very much, losing after losing a couple of skirmishes early. And now Morgan looking for a flank angle. Some desperation here as Croco goes in. The rupture is decent, but that is a golden Azir. Still, he's going to get gobbled up, and down goes Life as well. So it's a better looking fight here for the Bros, but still, DNF, they have Berserker, and it's Berserker not really doing too much in this fight for now. So there's the knockout. Is this just going to be the counter ace? Oh my god, DNF! Not like this! No! Dudu is dead! There's the ace! And I don't think it changes the fact that DNF should win, but it's still so sad!
No, this doesn't actually mean anything. It's fine. 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 They're okay. Just don't tilt, please, DNF. Please.
I mean, I'm saying please, Chronicler, please.
No,
at this point, pull yourself together, man.
I'm barely keeping it together, Atlas, because.
Well, the Bros are going to be able to deny that soul point that you were talking about. Some more bounty gold does go over here. I don't know what to tell you, Chronicler.
It's fine.
They want to fight.
Okay, it's okay. They still took 2 inhibs. They're still going to be set up for Nash. They're still 6,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
They still outscale.
Yeah.
All they need to do is not tilt.
Yeah.
And have another one of those fights.
Yeah.
Because one more of those fights,
yeah,
I actually wouldn't be able to take this. Like, I'm telling you, I'm not doing this for DNF. You know me, Atlas. I'm a fragile man. I can't.
It's going to be really difficult for Chronicler. So
It's fine.
DNF,
It's fine.
think about that.
No, but they're fine.
They are just going to take this inhibitor, and Bro aren't really going to be able to do anything about it, as we can see. We've got ults up in 2 seconds, and then Bro going to have all of them. That is not before.
Right.
Their base is entirely exposed.
Back to textbook. We start up Nash. If they come, we turn on them.
No, if you
They can't
yeah.
fight. They can't fight you. There's triple in it down. They
Yep.
can't actually do anything about it. You do have to actually start Nash. You do have to start Nash.
Well, they're going to look to kill the Bros
Actually
on their
start
way
Nash.
towards the Nash first. And the
Just-
Bros are going to try and get some waves shoved out. The Nash has been started. There's a lot of vision, actually, for Bro in the area. It's kind of crazy. So they
Yeah,
know
how does that
exactly
happen?
what's going on. Look at this cheeky ward. And
Morgan can actually steal this, by the way.
oh, 100%. He can just
Okay, there's no cone.
flash over.
There's no cone. He doesn't have flash. It's
Okay.
fine. They're good. They're okay.
Well, life is going in. Let's see whether the follow-up is going to be there. There is the Nash taken. As already, life has gone down. Closer getting on top of Pyoshik, who does manage to flash his way out. But the knockup's there onto Bulldog. Empress Divide doesn't do much of anything at all. As Hype gets into that backline and flashes onto Bulldog to take out the Azir. Only 2 left standing, but the Winions may have taken matters into their own hands. As Morgan says, nope. I can take on this army. Thankfully, my Nexus turrets are going to respawn as he at least keeps one of them alive. And DNF, guys, I mean, really.
It's starting to feel like all the forces of the universe do not allow DNF to win.
Do I even understand scaling in League of Legends? Do I get it?
Just let life die. Life dying for Nash is great. It's fine. It's your nod. It doesn't matter. Because you can slow play this. Why are we going in this hard? Look at the base. Just slow play DNF.
Yeah. Just
You already got Nash. You can just leave. And then
But
literally...
also, like, life
You
didn't
can-
even need to go in because they couldn't have actually got into the pit
No, but
at all.
I agree. But life going in there is fine. Just
Yeah.
sack your Nautilus. Let it go.
It's the multi-pronged. It's like when we're talking about the Tridam.
Atlas.
You know, it's try mistake.
Atlas, it's only a 4,000 gold lead now. And I think they should still win, but I'm getting worried.
Well, Morgan has a very large amount of health. This inhibitor is just going to get taken out one more time. As DNF with Baron, triple inhib down, 1 Nexus turret. The Bros will have to just hope that they can destroy them, and they're going to need to start this fight so quickly. There's the flash forward from Closer. He looks to get on top of Berserker, who goes down so incredibly low, and then dashes back to Void Seeker! Oh, you seek and you shall find! Hype as in goes Croco! They get the Pop Blossom as well onto the entire team! Oh, bro, no, you cannot do it to them! Not like this! Pyoshik is dead, out goes the Scion. Still, it's going to take like a year and a half for the Bros to mop up the base.
No, get rid of the cam! I don't want to see it!
No, there's no way. There is no way this is, you're not allowed to win from here.
Oh my god, Hype, this snipe right here. Unbelievable. How is no one catching that either?
And that is without investing a single ultimate. So now this 4v5 has every R button available.
Well, I'm glad both Dans are here, because I might not be available for the second series if
Yeah, we've got some analysts. We also have a play-by-play. That's the best part. We can just put Brendan up here.
But I think we're going to need some time if DNF don't win this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. Nongshim and Gen.G, like that's Valdez and Ox. 100%. We can, I'm happy to hang out on the space. I may not be very useful.
I'm going to need to go outside and just sit by the river for a little bit.
Yeah, I want to see some, I really want Cherry Blossom season, but it's not Cherry Blossom season anymore. I really
Or rainy season, you know, you sit at the overhang.
It's supposed to rain today.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, don't say that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is supposed to. It's been dry for a long time, but today
Atlas.
Today is the day of rain.
No, they're gonna win.
It might be raining in here too.
They're
They don't manage to get
they're
this.
gonna win.
Like, I don't know.
I don't know how I am this emotionally invested in the 1-in-20 team, but that's where we are right now, Atlas.
No, that's how it's supposed to go. And this was supposed to be their win. They do have Soul Point.
The gold lead is gone.
Yeah, no, it's just not even there.
But
The inhibitors are going to be back up again really soon. There is the second one that has respawned in that mid lane. So now it is just bottom side of the map. Like, if DNF get Hextech Soul, I think it is then just over, right?
I will, yes, it should be. Atlas,
But
if
there's a
DNF,
terminus
if
on
DNF
Hype, man.
don't win this game, I will believe in curses. And not caster curses, but curses that are placed upon a team, because if they cannot win this game...
Oh yeah, this is some Voldemort defense
This
against
is,
the Dark
I don't
Arts
know what is
stuff going
happening
on
here,
right
but this
here.
can't be explained!
Yep, Tom Riddle, what have you done
Croco.
to our Duke?
Croco's on the
DN
flank.
Freaks? Well, he is spotted relatively early. The double rupture is massive though, and the Pop Blossom is going to connect. But Berserker is still up. The Empress Divide is good, but doesn't matter. Hype is on the side. Another double rupture here from Morgan, who seems immune to damage. And
okay.
Wife is just dead. That is the result of this play. The inhibitors also stay up, and this time, the DN Freaks do not overextend.
And the game returns to a state of equilibrium.
1 minute, 20 seconds until 3 inhibitors are alive here.
We take another look. The big thing is that Bulldog survives all of this. Morgan starts with the knock-up. Croco also does a really good job in finding that flank. And it's kind of a scathing indictment of DNF that they don't have vision.
Yeah.
They see the flank coming, but at that point it's already too late. But they keep their 2 carries alive, which means that yes, life dies. Doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. But now that inhib is about to respawn, and that was the biggest advantage that DNF had. Now, they also have a range advantage, and I would argue a compositional advantage, but we have seen those things not matter, as somehow Prime Hype of Challenger renown has shown up in this game.
Not to mention, Closer actually finding some incredible team fights later on in this game, where his early performance was forgettable, and now Polu gets in there, down goes Bulldog! He finds nothing with the sweep! Oh, Bruce, how are you doing this?
Okay, bro, looking to start up Nash, but do note that their base is open. Their base is open.
Yeah.
Their base is open.
Someone needs to go back.
Okay, but if they trade Nash for 2 inhibs, like, I don't think they can end, because they can't actually, they don't have a wave.
I mean, they are just going to immediately go back, so they're not losing the game off the back of this
but
one.
they get the mid inhib.
Yep. Koshik will finally...
They get the mid inhib. So it's mid inhib for Nash. Definitely trade up for Bro, who now have the gold lead back in their favor.
But mid inhib means basically nothing, right?
Oh, I know.
Park yourself mid anyway.
Oh, and if the respawn on that bot lane inhib was a little better, as... I'm not going to lie.
You know what this is? This is Ender's Game, man.
That was
like beat him so hard that you win every subsequent fight as well.
That was a crazy play, a crazy flash engage from Polu. But also, oh my god, like what can you do? Like there is basically no time to react there. The flash Nico ult, we've seen Carrier do it, Apollo as well as Croco is looking for a flank. It might be an angle where we actually see Bro get the Fur Dragon. And that'll be it.
Oh my god, if that is what's going to happen, it would be absurd. They have a gold lead now, 2.6k. Croco on a brilliant flank angle, but he's spotted.
There's the TP.
Gets the control ward down, teleport in.
Oh, they do have a ward. Closer's on his way.
He does walk over that vision, but the Nature's Grasp still comes down. He wants to find the angle onto Berserker, but Berserker is still safe for the moment. Morgan in a bit of trouble. They get the knock-up onto Duda, though, and the Pop Blossom, it connects onto this center in the backline, and Hype says, good night, my friend.
Bulldog's still alive.
Bulldog is able to get a whole lot of work down finally. He does go down. Koshik.
They traded up.
Able to be able to take down Hype, and yes, Morgan and Closer are still alive, but DNF have more.
It's 2 for free. Dudu can TP back. I think this might be the Hextech Soul going over to DNF.
Hextech Soul should mean that the game is likely more difficult to win.
No, they're waiting. Can they even kill him?
I don't know. He's got GA as well as... Okay, Life was the only one left in that brush. Wind Becomes Lightning does come on through there as he gets himself over. But he's in perfect position to be murdered. Morgan has 17 million health bars. and a feast. So you might say, I've got smite. Everything's going to be okay. Not against this guy. Oh, Chronicler, no.
I cannot take this!
Nope, not anymore. Not this, no, not like this. No. I've said not like this so many times, it's losing meaning. All right, let's have it, take me through it, Chronicler.
So, it's again Palu that for me is the MVP. This time though, I think Berserker needs to flash this right there. Gets clipped on the very edge. And then, that is the plasma stack, by the way, that sets it up. Without that, Hype doesn't have an ult angle. It's the heroics from Pioshik ensuring that Hype dies that make this even remotely close. And Bulldog still does a lot of damage as, I don't even know, guys. Like,
yeah, Life was still waiting there, but Pioshik had left earlier. They didn't see Closer coming over, but...
Even with Pioshik there, they just can't. They can't do that.
That Q angle that went under Dudu's Q to destroy Life and then gets out safely. But we've got another fight coming on. Ooh,
the range.
Almost.
Berserker has hit 100 stacks.
Unbound Soul as well, non-committal. And there is
1,500 health.
Extra range. Like, he's a monster.
He just doesn't get, and that to me is partially Berserker. Again, I think he should have flashed that. But the rest of the team, you need to keep this guy safe. There's a Kaisa and a Yone on the enemy team.
Yeah.
You need to use your tools to try and protect him, because if they just go for him and you don't somehow hold them off.
It's 6 items. Like, it's a whole full item. We're in mid and in AD carry right now. Sort of out of nowhere.
Well, it's the, what, like 5 long
Yeah, and it's the fact that it's the huge lead for Life in the support position, I guess, and Pioshik as well in jungle, that is allowing such an incredible lead like that. But it's just kind of nuts that it's an entire completed item.
I kind of would have liked, instead of going for Bloodletters, to go for Deathcap as well. I think you just need the maximum amount of damage you can get because you only have 2 carries on your team, right? And that's what we're really seeing is that Bro have, I'd argue, 3 carries with Morgan, and as big as he is. Whereas DNF only have 2, although Pioshik in that last fight did end up getting the kill.
How much health does Morgan have? Like, is that like, is he hitting 10k yet?
I know, but it's a lot.
I think it's probably 7 or 8.
I want to highlight, look at Palu. Palu has been the deciding factor in so many of these fights.
And if they do find these pincer moves, this composition is so devastating.
It's the continued Croco flank angles, right, that you highlighted, or it's closer TPing behind. The vision coverage needs to be better from DNF. They can't allow... Berserker basically can't get tagged by any of Morgan's knockup, Croco's CC, Closer's knockup, or Palu, because if Hype can ult, you lose the fight. If Hype gets the ult on Berserker, Senna doesn't get to play the game.
Yep. Berserker's still level 16 as well. It's a 2-level advantage for Hype in that matchup.
Okay.
Oh
okay, Atlas.
And I still think that if this was any other game, I'd look at this game state and I'm like, Sion, Senna, Azir? Oh, it's in the bag.
It's a win. It's not a win. Oh, come on, DNF.
Well, there is the knockup onto a Sion. Not something that they're going to look to engage on here.
We are just K-ramming.
We are K-ramming so much. No one wants to be the one that makes the mistake. That's what this game has come down to. As Baron going to be up very, very shortly.
Vision trap.
Yeah.
Dudu can take it.
Yep, he can be the one that's... Oh, that is... Berserker's not the one that's supposed to be tanking those.
Oh, another flank.
Yeah, Morgan walks forward. There is the Nature's Grasp. And can they find the CC? That's the question. Bro, haven't hard committed. But in goes Closer. He gets exhausted, but pulls it on back. Life still at 50%. Pioshik as well, down relatively low.
Mid lane is pushing. Bro's just starting up Nash.
All right, well, there's a flash forward from Closer. I don't know whether that was the angle he wanted, but he binds the soul once again. Morgan taking so much as Hype. Killer Instinct into the backline. The Puff Blossom. It connects, and down goes Bulldog. Polu will be answered here as Pioshik down low himself. The hook is going to connect, but Hype is still up and available. And Dudu is getting himself out. Berserker is over the wall as Morgan. He's going down lower. He's got full health. But he's no! And the Bros, I think they just did it. Oh, there is no way, DNF. There is no way, DNF.
Well, then I guess they're not ending yet.
I mean, the Baron does go down. 4 for 1 is the trade. The Bros have won 5 team fights in a row to bring us to this moment. DNF had all but won this game.
I think it's hard to see in the replay. I think Bulldog dashed in trying to get the ult angle. I think he got hit by a Maokai Q. So he got interrupted mid-dash. Because he didn't get clipped by the pop blossom, but the Hextech Soul goes over. And I think that is the death sentence on this game. And I don't have words.
I'm not gonna. I do have to say, I know we've been focused on the fact that DNF really need to get wins, but this comeback performance from the Bros as well, this camaraderie that they are showing us has been absolutely unbelievable. I just wish it was against any other team.
If this was against DK, even we
oh yeah,
we would have had to appreciate it.
If this was against B&K, DRX, they're on the same playing field.
That would have been, we would have all been joyous.
But it's DNF, man. They needed anything. Just let him take a cheeky game too, you know?
Come on, bro. Just one push. Just one over-aggressive push. Come on, man.
But now, I actually think the Bros need to do this. They need to complete this extraordinary comeback. Because honestly, it is absolutely amazing what they have accomplished in this game. Yeah, Hextech Soul, and now Morgan just gets to eat all of their stuff. 6,000 in the lead for just hype. He has no shoes. He took them off. He's like, you got those upgraded shoes? What about no shoes? And even these pop blossoms kind of hurt, as Bulldog does take a bit of damage there. And I think Morgan can tank a Fountain Laser for about 12 minutes. That's what his health bar looks like to me. He doesn't even have full build yet.
This game got me contemplating life, Atlas.
I think life is contemplating life. You know, it's really gotten to that level.
There's too many layers!
And I do want to say that this 4 and 9 Nautilus was about to get my POM vote no matter what, even though I don't have one anymore. That was just a brief thing yesterday. As Croco does take a bit of damage here.
I'm not gonna lie, some of the later fights, the hooks have not been...
No, but the early game, the reason they basically won this game by the mid-game was him.
I'm coping. Bulldog has his AIDA, or has his...
I mean, it's still winnable, they just need to play better.
He has Death Cap. He's Death Cap. Maybe, oh no, not the Sapling. Hextech Soul.
Oh yeah, the Slapling. That's
the electric Slapling?
It's danger. The roots are gonna come out. The nature is grasping. Even the Void Seeker will connect. Berserker is just down. Pyoshik does get on top of hype, but he's just autoing his way to freedom down to the GA, but he's not worried about it. And the Bros will snatch victory out of the jaws of defeat, and DNF still only one game so far this round, and they are careening towards equalizing their loss streak. And right as we are signing the death word of DNF, Closer hits 1,000 kills. Congratulations. I feel like I watched something that I should not have watched.
In my casting career, I think we can confidently say there has never been a game like this. Has there ever been an occasion where a bro victory made you feel even a little bit bad? No, because they're the Bros.
I mean, honestly, I don't feel bad. Not now, because like, they're the Bros, and it's fantastic. I could imagine a normal person would feel a little bit worried. Is please do your POM.
Oh yeah.
Just give it to Morgan. Well, you can give it to Polo. I guess his Poppy play was great. That's fine.
Well, and the Nico.
The Nico was also very good. But Morgan was just so large, you know?
The mental resilience of the Bros will be talked about for eons.
And you know what? Do you know what this comes back to? And this is something that I was talking about in the last game, and you said that it made no sense. I want to bring it back up again because we can, because the series was silly. But what I said about the tempo vibes and the fact that the bros just think that the tempo vibes are always with them, moving at a pace that they understand. It probably wasn't that game too, even though we felt like everything was doomed to the bros. No, not the case. That man on your screen right there, Hype, an absolute hero in this game as well.
Oh, even if he ends up getting, like, I don't know who gets POM. There's an argument to be made. Actually, now that I think about it, wouldn't there be a more fitting way for a Bro Series to end with everyone getting a POM?
Oh, 100%. Yep. That's what you'd need.
I legitimately.
I want a 5-way tie.
Everyone at their moments.
Yep. We need 3 people to just not vote, and then 2 each. That's how it's going to work. These highlights.
And Atlas, my belief in the Coster curse does remain strenuous, but I can no longer deny the existence of the curse that has been placed upon DNF.
Oh yeah.
To just lose.
The defense against the DNF arts. Just doomed to never quite find happiness. 1 series win against Nongshim Red Force. In what feels like such a long time ago. Now, with this loss here, DNF unable to even make second in the Rise group. There is only one possible position that they can get to, mathematics allowing, that will let them even make it to the play-ins.
And this is, for me, the moment where the game truly broke. When the double inhibs were down and they fully committed.
It was, yeah, 3 inhibitors were down.
They did not need to do anything here.
Yep.
And Berserker just gets clipped by a closer roll. The fact that they all decide to throw away their life for life there.
Oh, these pop blossoms later in the game.
No,
the problem is that like life at the beginning of this game was actually quite. Polu at the beginning of the game was quite problematic.
He was.
And then he's like, "Oh no, we win these actually. We scale." Maybe that's what they were saying to each other. Don't worry, we scale, guys.
Let this be a lesson to when your buddy says, "Don't worry, we outscale." They're speaking truth only.
Or it doesn't matter. Just believe.
Just trust.
The only thing that truly needs to scale,
oh my God,
is your ability to believe in yourself.
The bros are Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
I never thought about that. That's insane. That's so apt. What the hell? When you drop the just believe, I'm like, yes, of course they are.
Mm-hmm. I hate and love this series.
I have a lot of emotions, Atlas.
Damage. This might be damage to champions. But what about the damage to our hearts watching this? What an absolutely ridiculous series we just witnessed. Well, just game, really. Look at that. 3 grubs, Herald, Otacon, Soul Point. Doesn't matter. Bros take 2 Barons. Manage to win. It's Polo that picks it up. I think, honestly, his Poppy performance was near flawless, but the comebacks, the angles, and I think so much of Game 2 was a team effort, but Game 1 was Polo. So I think I agree with you. I think the Polo vote was a good one. I would have obviously voted for Morgan, but that's because I'm a disgusting biased caster and he's my favorite player. It's just the long and short of it. I was going to say, are you okay? But I don't need to ask.
I know you're not either, Atlas. I think very earned for Paulo. As highlighted, Game 1 was a standout performance from start to finish. But for me, his Poppy engages and consistently finding the enemy backline, setting up for the rest of his team, was the biggest difference maker. Closer votes would make sense. Hype votes would make sense. It is the most bro victory and the most DNF defeat.
Yeah.
That I think we are going to get this split.
We haven't had this amount of epitomization ever in the LCK. And it's sad. Let's go to the interview with Polo.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the POM interview translation. We're here with Polu on the side of OK Saving Swing Brian. You look ecstatic. Congratulations on the win. and this is your first POM. How do you feel? I really didn't do that well in game 2, so I wasn't expecting a POM, but I got lucky enough to get my first POM, and I'm really thankful for my teammates. So looking at the head-to-head OK Savings Bank Brion had against DN Freaks, from 2024, you guys have a 6-1 head-to-head. So what makes you guys so dominant against them? I feel like rather than considering that it's against DN Freaks, I feel like my teammates were doing so well whenever we were going up against DN Freaks, so I think it's just really all thanks to my team. And in game 1, Wukong, Trundle, and Varus picks were available, and all the high-value picks being open potentially could have made the draft process a little tricky. So what was your approach to the pick and ban? I think we really tried to take an approach where we pick those champions that we were pretty confident in, and I think that's just something that we had been always preparing, so we were ready to get this and pull these picks out. And in game 1, you landed so many meaningful ults, and sometimes you'd ult the Trundle away and sometimes the Corki. So, do you had someone specific in mind to ult, or was the plan to simply outnumber them? Yeah, whenever we're ahead, I do try to keep in mind who my specific target would be, but I think in this case, we actually could get a lot of value from outnumbering them. And in game 2, you guys were 10k gold behind, but turned everything around. So how were you able to keep your focus until the end? Yeah, we were quite behind, but we didn't think that our team comp value was any less than theirs. So I think we just knew that there's still an angle and some room for us to actually win. So yeah, your patience really paid off in this next highlight. I actually didn't know that we already got Senna, but I saw the kill log, and then after that, we knew that we were outnumbering them, and I think we just played by ear. We knew that we would be able to win as long as we go in this moment. And then that's how you're able to catch up on gold and took your victory. And Closer actually reached 1,000 kills. Did you know? I didn't know. I knew that he was just a few kills away from 1,000 kills. Would you like to congratulate him? In game 1, Closer did so well, so I actually thought that he would get POM, but I hope that in the future he'll be able to secure 2,000 and all the way up to 3,000 kills smoothly. And you managed to close out round 3 with 3 wins and 1 loss, and you'll meet BNK Furex again. And your 1 loss actually belongs to the BNK Furex match, so what is your resolution for a payback? Yeah, we have a pretty long losing streak against BNK Furex, but we want to make sure that we don't put that into we don't think about that too much, and we keep our form to make sure that we can take them down. And that's the end of the interview with Palu, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya. Off of his 3rd year anniversary debut just a couple of days ago, Palu gets the POM. It was a series so good that even Kadril woke up to hop into the chat and enjoy that game number 2. Let's take a look at the goal graph one more time to show exactly how far down the bros were in this series. At the last team fight that we thought was going to be the end, it was, it looks like a normal graph, right? But if you zoom in at the extreme ends, that's 11,000 gold difference here, Dan.
Yeah, and I think that the big question for me is this down to tempo vibes or bro tax or a mix of both? I think that's the question we're asking after this.
Or supervising.
Supervisation, that's also
They do
comes
that as
into
well.
it. Yeah, there's a lot of things being thrown around, but ultimately the power of the bros the power of friendship really came together today.
I don't really have anything to say, Dion.
Okay, all right,
This
cool.
is just one of the biggest throws we've had in a while, so
Yeah.
I don't know. It's insane.
Well, what I like...
one of the biggest catches we've had in a while. There we go.
Really, what I liked from the interview from Palu was him saying, well, we just thought the value of our comp was the same, so we just kept playing like it was. So if you just think that you're not in a gold deficit, you'll be able to come back too. Let's take a look at the POM votes here. Where it went Palu, but I feel like it could have gone multiple different ways. Yeah, Caracas did give 1 to Morgan. And then we had 4 going over to Closer, 2 to Hype. No one giving any love to Krakow. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them going to Palu.
I think the Palu votes are fine. It was either going to be Hype or Palu in my mind. The Closer votes I don't understand at all. Do you have a read on this, Dan?
I mean, I think the Yone had some good moments in the Yone, but to be honest, I think the team fights were so defined by Hype on the latter end of that one. I do think Palu had a great game 1. He was kind of the POG from game 1, and then had great Nico moments, so that makes sense. And I also think Morgan had some pretty standout moments, so I don't think that's a bad vote. I think, you know, with how that game was so standout for me, it definitely, you know, I don't think Hype's game 1 was that fantastic, but I feel like I was really focused on the comeback when it came to my vote, and I feel like, Brendan, you felt the same.
All right, POM comments times. Let's see, who do we got first between you two? Let's see what we go with. Yeah?
Yes. Hero Kaisa performance for the ages. I mean, he literally just, like, this is one of the best Kaisa performances I've seen in a while. And yes, you could say, like, oh, DNF weren't playing the fights out great, whatever, but he was always picking the perfect time to go in, did insane amounts of damage. He was gapping Berserker a huge amount in damage, in gameplay, right? He had like 11k in one of those fights, which was just insanity. Yes, it was very late game, but it was just one of the best Kaisas I've seen in a long time.
I mean, that's the thing, is I feel like to the composition he was playing into, it's very easy to be outranged, and you have to be so crisp with your timing when you're using your abilities, when you're using your ult. And it just felt like he was picking the moments so well, finding opportunities to snipe out both an Azir and a Senna, who so often they're the ones looking down on you, outranging you so hard. Now, I just think he really refused to lose this game.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other comments that we had here for this multi-candidate vote. There it is. I have no comment. I need a moment.
Was that really his comment, or did they just put that as his comment and he just put that in the chat?
Most of the time, if people don't put a comment, they don't get it. We have one of those people that normally does that. We never do that. All right, let's see. Go on there. Palu shattered DNF's hopes and left only despair.
I'll be honest, I think that hopes are pretty shattered. I think he ground them up a little bit, you know, maybe in a dust.
You sprinkled them over like a nice pasta or something, like it's Parmesan cheese.
That was pretty nice,
That's
yeah.
kind of the way.
Saved it up.
Yeah.
The DN fettuccine. There you go, DNF.
There you
All right,
go.
Let's see what else we got here. That engage from Palu snapped me back to life. Unreal. Did not know you were dead, Helios, but I'm glad that you're live and back with us. A lot of highlights here to go through. Let's just kind of rifle through them. First highlight here. This was the base defense where we thought it was over. They're going to push in and it's going to be GG. This 11,000 gold deficit.
This is the biggest deficit, and I think the thing to focus on is Bulldog and Berserker. Bulldog gets engaged on initially and doesn't get to do much in the fight because we get the CC being laid onto him, has to end up using the stasis, and Berserker's kind of zoned out. So while this is going on, your Azir's not doing damage, your front line is getting DPS'd in the meantime, and your Senna is kind of just trying to buy space. So you lose one of your carries, you also lose one of your frontliners, and despite the big advantage, you start to lose momentum, and they start to push forwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about gold. If you've got like a 6k lead on your Azir and he just dies for basically nothing, what does it matter? And then, of course, Hype goes in at the right moment there and just assassinates Berserker after the fight was essentially over, but he really put the nail in the coffin on that one, and this was the beginning of Bro's comeback in this game.
Yeah, then highlight 2 was the one that we saw during Palu's interview. It was the base defense. There's one tower. The minions were pushing on in. Let's take a look at that one more time here, as it was the thread the needle to take down Berserker by Hype.
I mean, Senna is just so squishy at this point of the game that despite the fact that the knockup doesn't connect from the Yone, the damage dealt is still so significant. Senna survives, though. You have sustain. This situation isn't actually that bad. You can just back away.
No.
And then the Void Seeker comes in, and as soon as that happens, the call is made, they're ready to go. the charge is led, and they know who the focus is. There's only one carry left. The flash comes in onto the Azir, and the follow-up is immediate.
And this is with one Nexus turret. They didn't have any inhibitors. It's just crazy that they were able to make this comeback happen. Obviously, again, the same situation. You lose one of your big carries, and this is just another great example of why Yone is busted and it should be deleted from the game.
Yeah, 2 abilities and then the pullback, and I think it's like 10% health there for Berserker, and then Hype finds the angle. And then finally, the last highlight, a big flank here by Krako, which gets caught out, and you're thinking, maybe this isn't gonna work out, but no, DNF aren't able to push on in one more time.
Yeah, so finding a big angle with the Nico ult here, and once again, it just feels like great opportunity from the Kai'Sa. I just feel like they're really not respecting the Kai'Sa in this situation, and I just think Hype's really able to challenge, and it's very slow process forcing them back, but yeah, I just think really for DNF, resetting, backing off here, and it was just a very slow process, but it was the Baron really where the play was thrown away. I think actually we were looking for the Baron clip there.
Yeah.
So, a little bit thrown off by that one.
Yeah, I was looking at you, Dan. I'm like, you take this. I don't remember this
I
part.
was like, this is the replay where
Is this how we got to the
11,000
Baron?
damage was done by Kai'Sa, right?
Not the clip I was looking for. I was
okay,
like,
that's okay,
wait, is it coming? Yeah? No.
It happens. All right. Well, either way, the Bros are able to come back. They get the victory. Let's take a look at the standings here for the Rise group. And a huge victory here for the Bros is now they are ahead of BNK FearX. Same exact score, but still an opportunity to try and break that tie as they will play 2 more times here in the LCK season. DN Automotive Freaks, every loss is a new record for them. 21 losses in the column, and this one, they're finding new ways to lose. It's just tough. As a professional, it's tough. You want to find something to build upon, and at the end of the day, you need to get wins in the column.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, it's less about can we escape our fate in the bottom 2 and more just can we get wins. You know, I feel like it's you look at the next series and you just focus on that, focus on the individual series, just try and improve your record. After this loss, they can no longer make second in the group, but I don't even think that's on the mind. I don't even think you're really focused on how high we can make it in the group or whether you can escape any fate. It's just, can we win a series? Because at the moment, with games like this, with how close they were to winning that and still falling at the last hurdle, it seems like it's just impossible.
Yeah, I'm just worried that it's getting a little bit worse, you know, like to have a throw that is this far down, like 11,500 gold in the lead is really rough. I think their mental was already destroyed before, but now it's like we're taking a new level that we didn't even know existed. So I feel for the players. I just hope they can make a turnaround.
Well, they get the weekend to recover, and they'll be back for the beginning of round number 4. We're not done yet, though. The entertainment continues on. The best team in the world, Gen.G, up against the Noodle Boys, Nongshim, trying to get themselves anything going in the Legends group. We'll have that action for you after the short break. See you in a bit.
왜 전부 젠 한 팀만 얘기하고 있어요? 우리 팀 별 차이 안 나요.
레전드 그룹 안에서도 이 두 팀이 보고 있는 목적지는 더 높이 올라가고 싶은 거잖아요. 그래도 마지막에 좀 좋았던 건 KT 입장이었거든요.
그럼요.
진짜 이 팽팽한 순위 간의 대결 그리고 복수전 과연 어떻게 될 것인가.
아이고야 덥다잉 덥다. 정신이 없냐 석경기라.
미성아 잘해라.
야 여유있게 해.
파이팅.
파이팅.
야, 이거 바텀 다이브로 봐줄 수 있냐? 나 내려갈 수 있어. 이거 락한도 아마 땡겨. 락큐 2초? 이거 건너가자. 밀어내 건너가. 하자 같이 해놔. 하자 나부터 안 보일게 그러면. 받았어야겠다 이거.
괜찮아 천천히 해봐.
야 용까지 보는 거 어때 얘들아? 별로임? 받아.
위까지 뚫을 이거 여기 삼거리다 이거 밟 수 있는데 3초.
빼는 척 해봐.
아직 보고 있다. 야 보자. 조금 애매한. W. 오케이 욕 먹자.
아이고. 맞아. 안 닿을 듯? 노플인데. 현빈아 좋은데? 노플. 오 나이스 현빈이 굿. 나이스. 팀 강한 쪽으로 계속 쓸 생각 해야 될 듯.
바비 돌리지 말고 괜찮. 얘네 주고 돌리려나 본데. 빨리 칠게. 우리 터졌어? 우리 생각하자. 나 바드. 내가 타워야. 한 대 더 가야 돼. 빼면서 봐야 돼.
야 근데 이거 다 빠졌는데 할만하지 않아? 원래 천천히?
야 일로 세나. 난 죽었어. 세나 높여. 뒤에서 짜와.
야 노플. 잡을래? 잡을게. W 조심. 달려 W 조심.
맞아.
W 4초.
내가 갈게. 더 갈게. 이거 짜와. 짜와 높여. 럼블 노텔이야?
럼블 있어.
럼블 텔이었어. 잡자. 괜찮아.
근데 바텀 밀어서 나쁘진 않아. 일단 밀었어. 그러니까 얘들아 이거 그냥 딜러들 뭉쳐있지 말고 야 너네 이니시기 당할 게 생각만 하면 그냥 상대가 빨려들어야 돼. 오케이. 나 이거 한번 지를 생각할게. 이렇게 하면. 나 이거 살짝 볼게.
맞아.
나 살짝만 봐줄래? 빨면서. 어때? 싸움 어때? 살려보자.
야 맞아. 야 맞아.
살려봐줘. 갈리야? 야, 나 살았어. 야, 오고 가자. 쏘았다. 오, 높을. 괜찮은데? 나 뭐 안 돼, 이제? 이거 그냥 이대로 누르자. 미드 탑 계속 지그시 누르면 되거든? 급하게 하지 마. 맞췄나, 이거?
그래, 봐봐.
야, 지금 봐줘야겠다, 이거.
미드 하자, 미드 타워.
잡았다.
바로 압박 말고 안쪽에 시 압박이랑 타워 압박을 주자. 럼블 볼게. 오케이, 럼블 봐.
신숙씨.
땡겼어. 이러면 여기 압박 살짝 벌 준비 좀.
바로 들어갈래?
바로 가자 이거. 아지르 노플이. 오케이. 싸워 볼게. 싸워. 아지르 노플이. 바로. BDD. 다 맞추네.
얘들아 이거 이니시 할 거만 그냥 딜러들 계속 생각해. 그거밖에 없어. 풀만 조심해. 현빈아 그냥 넘겨줘 그냥. 보이면. 바로 타입 하자. 탈리아 텔 있나? 야 이거 넘길게 이거. 넘겨도 돼. 넘겨. 잡았어. 나이스. 밀자. 우리 쭉 갈게. 미드. 탐이 나좀 그럼 미드부터 하자.
나 이제 각 좋아. 네. 오케이. 살짝 우리 각 나쁘지 않아. 갈게. 온다.
나쁘지 않아. 빨라. 살려. 야, 암나. 빨라.
세나 나왔어. 세나.
잡았어.
야, 아직도 맞췄다 이거. 맞아.
했으면 사냐 그냥. 바비큐에서. 잠깐만. 왔다.
야, 아지르 살았다.
당연히. 드래곤 보자 얘들아. 용 보자. 막판 남았다.
뭐 문제는 없겠다. 아지르 살았으면 영 먹자. 나 볼게. 맞아. 잡았어. 아지르 고맙어.
그냥부터. 빨리 볼게.
야, 아지르 맞아.
가지러 갈게.
나이스.
아 끝났다.
아 뭐 이렇게 아쉽냐?
기회가 너무 많았는데 아쉽네.
끝났다.
KT 다시 한번 올라갑니다.
와 정말 BDD 대단하다라는 생각이 드네요. 이 게임을 단독으로 이렇게 뒤집나요?
와 KT 쉽지 않은 승부. KT가 2대0으로 정리합니다.
makes me stronger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm still Alice, still joined by Chronicler here, and before we get into our second series of the evening, there is one piece of information that we failed to share after our previous series, and that is congratulations to Bulldog for 500 kills.
No, this is so mean. Last series, if you caught it, you know why we're emotionally distraught. In my case, in Atlas, obviously, his case, it's an opportunity to do some little pokes to his co-caster, which he loves to do. But that was the previous series, and we're going to try our best to leave that behind us and get into a series that I'm trying to look for a lot of hope with the form of
it's going to be legendary. We can have a look at least at the Legend Group standings. We can bring those up onto your screen right now. It's first versus fifth as far as that is concerned, and the points are really what tell the true story here. There's a few extra for Gen.G.
And Gen.G did take a very close loss to T1, a T1 that is currently surging in form and that is looking to contest for first place. But that is T1
year.
Yes.
Okay.
That doesn't really make it better.
It makes it worse, I think.
Wait, how is it
all the way back to 2019?
What I'm kind of baffled by is how in 2021 it was that bad. Because I know that Gen.G was pretty good, but I remember that was like the Peanut Duckdom roster, right?
Yeah.
Weren't they pretty good?
It's good enough to win a game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Oh no. So I do understand why this happened.
Hey, at least it's not Viper into Guma.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. I think.
There's only 4 options actually, so I don't know.
Couldn't have just have been Duckers.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I think Duckers is still miles ahead, but the beating that you will get doesn't quite compare to Viper, doesn't quite compare to Guma, and doesn't quite compare to Ruler. I think Ruler really had a giant upsurge at MSI. He's still really good. It says more, I think, about Viper and Guma, that the fact that we see Ruler kind of regress to his normal regular season form, where it feels like the Ruler spot happens a little bit more often. His laning is a little bit less locked in, and maybe that's something that Nongshim can use here today.
Yep, right now having a little bit of a yawn as the players make their way out into LoL Park here for our final game of the evening. Nongshim desperate to pick up a victory here in the Legend Group. I believe still just entirely winless throughout the entire round, which is actually kind of crazy because technically, based on this round, DN Freaks have more victories because they won at least a game. That is, yeah, that's how that goes. And Nongshim, unfortunately, 0-6 right now as far as games are concerned. Yeah, I look at Dan Freaks' name in this list of teams right now with some percentage win rates, and it just makes me sad after last game.
Don't watch back. Don't watch.
That's actually precisely what Cadril, I believe, is doing right now, or just did.
Oh no!
So
no, don't do it.
Sorry about that. I think it's one of those games where if you were there at the time, maybe a little bit less awful.
No.
Maybe not.
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, maybe it's just...
You know, like watching Boromir die, even if you know it's happening, it's still painful.
That's true. Although it's Sean Bean, we are prepared.
But that's my point!
Yeah.
Even though you know, still stings.
The knowing does help, though. You know, it does help. Because, like, you know, you're watching Game of Thrones and you're like, oh, this is a one season. Yeah, he's a one season.
He's not sticking around. I think Kingen, as far as Nongshim players go, it's been mostly in round 3 him and, funnily enough, Calyx, I think, that have looked like they're actually in the form that we've seen them in before. I think Calyx a bit more up and down. Kingen is just stable. Just doesn't really do enough because the rest of his team is struggling. The fact that he's sitting at a 24% damage share is kind of telling as a top laner in the current meta, because you could only play Gwen one game at a time. You know, you don't get to do that every single one. And Calyx, I think, even though his laning phase has still remained a little sussy, he's had some really cool teamfight moments. But he is going up against the current best player in the world and against the current, I'd argue, still best team in the world. So, I don't know, Nongshim. This feels like an uphill battle.
I would agree. And obviously, every single game is. This is the problem with being the lowest rung in the Legend group. Yes, you do have a ticket to play-ins no matter what. But unfortunately, it might be a bit of a beatdown on your way there. Because Gen.G, certainly no slouches, did suffer that first loss. Like you were saying, does that mean that much? I'm not entirely sure. I think the jury's out on that one. I think it means a lot for T1. It means a lot for T1 fans.
Exactly.
But for Gen.G, they had just qualified to Worlds.
Oh,
so,
no.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think as you highlight, I think it confirmed what we were thinking based on international form that T1 is currently in the same tier as Gen.G. I think those two teams are still very close to one another. But Gen.G is Gen.G, and losing to T1 is not something that is going to make us overreact. They are still a team that this summer can afford to literally just lose the rest of their series and not particularly be bothered.
Nope, although it probably will affect their ability to go back to winning once again. Momentum is a big deal.
I also don't think that'll happen, realistically. If we're looking at it, but Atlas, all I can hope is that Nongshim show something similar to what we saw from KT, where they did look way better, even though it wasn't enough to actually get a victory.
Yep, and what I like seeing is Gideon and Kingen having big grins on their face. I think that is the right attitude going into this series. And let's see what the bans are going to be. So far, it's going to be taken away. I believe the Azir will follow, but Pantheon, Varus, things like this are probably still very likely to be on the chopping block.
Varus, Pantheon, Vi, you can order them however you like. Those have been on the chopping block.
The blue side Vi ban is interesting. I actually do think that Vi has a bit of extra value on red because you can pair it with something from the beginning.
So ban Aurora, pick Gwen?
I think that could be an option.
That is what we've seen a lot of.
And then if they don't ban Azir, you could pick that instead. Trundle is going to be taken away.
So now you can't pick Gwen anymore.
Well, unless you pick Azir and then pick Gwen. If they don't pick Gwen, Azir is going to be banned. So that is going to be the next one taken away.
They were on to you, Atlas.
If Kingen locks Gwen here... Oh, thank goodness. All right.
Very nice. Love to see it.
Much better.
Feel good about that. Wukong has been insanely powerful at the moment. Really the only picks that do stifle him are that Trundle as well as the Pantheon. Pantheon just kind of stifles everything. Still really funny to me how that pick just popped up and then that's just become perma pick and ban, even though there haven't really been any changes.
Has it been picked yet?
No, this season it's only been banned. But I mean more when it came up, it was kind of surprising as Gen.G looking to go, what, Xin Annie? I think would make a lot of sense. Xin has not been winning into Wukong, by the way. I think still the only wins in that counter matchup, quote-unquote, or in that matchup specifically for the Xin, have been Owner, who is the best Xin that we have in the league.
Yeah. Now, Chobi could go with something like an Orianna if he'd like to go for something a little bit more team fighty.
Also takes away the Orianna from the opposing team, right?
Yeah.
But I think with Annie, you apply a ton of pressure. Gen.G have been known to be somewhat of a tier list drafting team, and Annie does kind of fall in that slot. Also the 2v2s in, Annie is just crazy good. Very early on already, you get to fight for basically whatever you like, and it doesn't really lose impact towards the mid stages of the game.
We have seen Galio do pretty well into the Annie.
Yeah. I like it, actually.
Previous games, but that is going to be the consideration for Nongshim. See whether Kingen does decide to lock something away himself. I think you can go towards something like an Aurora if you'd like to, and then build a little bit more defensive on the Galio, as I don't think a blind Rock or Riven or Aurelia are going to happen, as the Gwen is still dangerous, guys. That's still one that you can't necessarily get away with.
I like Rumble Blind a lot more. I think it's harder to really punish in the same way that we've seen with the Gwen.
Yep.
And it's synergized as well. There's a lot of CC in your setup already, so...
And it's his best champion.
Yep. Really nice topside here for Nongshim. I think the early draft actually looking quite good. Does mean that Gen.G just gets to pick the Gwen. And we've had different stages of this matchup, depending on how broken the respective champions were. I think at first it was Rumble favored. Then it was Gwen favored when like the Grasp Gwen was at its strongest.
Yep.
Now I think it just kind of can go either way. Rumble obviously has lane prio, but he does eventually get outskilled in the side lane. And nothing too surprising. And then we're probably going to do what? We're going to pick either Senna Alistar here for Gen.G if they can get away with it. Or they're just going to pick, I don't know, Duro Rel, pick a team fighter. And for Lehens, he does love his Nautilus.
He does. I wonder whether they'll be paying much Lehens tax, as there are quite a few picks that Lehens has certainly gravitated to more than others. That Nautilus like you were talking about, but instead the Alistar is going to be removed on the red side.
Oh, they're probably going to go R4 Jhin and then give the counterpick to Duro.
I was thinking that, or they prioritize Rakan, because Rakan can be very strong, although difficult to play into this composition specifically.
I think Rakan actually is a good ban, because I think it's kind of rough for you to play, but I think it's really good with the Nongshim comp.
That's very
So I actually would like the Rakan ban here. I think that's very valid.
Does mean that that Nautilus is likely to be available for Lehens. Also another thing that does fit into the Nongshim composition.
You can go Braum, right? Poppy's still up, so I think that that is a little bit... you can also leave Rakan open and just go Poppy yourself if you want to. If Jhin doesn't get banned, though, I wouldn't be shocked to see that picked up. But you also have so much damage in the rest of your team that I think Jhin works really well, as there is the Rakan ban in these style of compositions where there is both a lot of damage up front, so that you don't get focused. Jhin, to me, really shines when he's not the main part of a composition.
You need others to distract.
Yeah, to distract, and you obviously your setup and follow-up is amazing, but it also means that you can actually do crazy damage, right? We've seen Jins really take over games just by having some other people to take the heat. I would like maybe a Poppy ban here. A Jhin ban I think makes a ton of sense as well. Yeah. But it's going to be the Lucian instead. So Lucian has a lot more safety than the Jhin does. Jhin obviously doesn't have great ways of getting away from that top side, but he can play at a very large effective range.
Let's see what they do want to do. I like your idea, especially now, of the Duro counterpick. So it's still likely that Ruler is going to be considering something like that.
Yeah, Corki makes sense.
Yeah, another similar sort of vibe here.
You give up a good amount, I think, of setup, and you get a lot more burst damage, and he's also a lot more self-sufficient than Jhin is. You can leave Jhin alone, but Corki in a fight you can also completely leave alone, and it will just be fine. And then Duro has been, outside of carry, I think, our most creative support when it comes to finding consistent, really good counter picks. Actually plays a mean Bard as well, which is kind of crazy given that he was previously only known for his engagements. You can go Braum here into the Leona. I think it always feels good. I think Poppy, I'm double checking, like, is Poppy not banned?
Yep, Poppy
goes very hard into Wukong, into Leona as well.
Yeah, actually feels like a pretty good Poppy angle if they do decide to do that, because of course Nimbus Strike and Justice Punch also can be mitigated. But the Nico up and available as well, and that gives him even more team fighting presence. It does mean that he's kind of self-counterpicked himself in lane. The Leona has been the best sort of pick into the Nico that we saw rise to prevalence, I believe, at EWC, or if it was not MSI prior to that.
I do think
it was MSI.
Yeah, I do think the matchup is playable as opposed to the Karma, which has actually been a really big detriment. I do like that from Gen.G though, that they don't blind, because Lehens is the type of guy that will just slam out a Karma, right?
Yeah.
So the Nongshim first comp, it's very solid. I do think that Mercs go kind of crazy with the Galleon Leona. That's always a little iffy, but you still have a lot of non-knock-up CC, or non-tenacity CC with your Wukong. Very straightforward teamfight comp. I'm a little worried about their early game though, because I do think that the Nongshim composition can struggle when they fall behind early because it is all short range. And you're playing against any Xin Zhao, which does worry me a little bit.
It's a 6v5, you know, from level 6 onwards, unless you count the extra Wukong that you could possibly have in these fights. That might be the angle. Gen.G, I think, feeling pretty comfortable with what the draft looks like, but nothing really pulling us one direction or the other. It's just going to come down to good old honest League of Legends, right? And we just saw that sometimes if you have a scaling draft and you even make it to the late game, then even that's not enough. So we'll just have to see who's going to be able to come out with the right foot forward. Let's get into the Rift for game 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our first game of this final series of the week. Already, Trigger doing the most damage in the game. Look at that. Unless I think Canyon did a little bit more there, especially now with the extra auto attack. So never mind. It was short-lived, but he had done the most damage in the game for a moment.
Atlas, I want to ask you a question regarding Neeko, and I want to hear your honest take on this. Do you think at some point the R flash combo is going to get removed?
Yes.
Right?
I think it feels a lot like just Galio Taunt.
Well, that's my point. Like Galio Taunt or the Rakan plays you used to be able to make. I just feel like, particularly given I've seen Keria do some absolutely illegal stuff with it, like especially with the Rocket Belt.
I do think she's not, like, I don't feel like she's broken, right?
Isn't she though? I feel like specifically that part, I like the fact that you can do the vision trick, right? That you're squishy support with laning presence that can also just face check. I think actually is kind of cool.
I do think
there are counters.
If they were going to remove it, I feel like it should have been removed a while ago, though.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
maybe they were waiting for it to become a problem. And maybe that's like kind of now.
I think it's one of those things where you can kind of think about it, but it wouldn't surprise me if down the line it gets removed and we're like, how was that ever a thing?
Yeah, how was that ever allowed? It's a good point. Riftwalk used to be like double the range.
Yeah, that's always, I do really like that when you go back and watch old League and you're like, how
yeah, how is this considered?
There's a lot of champions that have just had like a million mechanics removed.
Oh, was it Rise, like the super powering all of his abilities?
No, but Rise has had like, Rise is
the
cheating,
targeted stun, and oh man.
Because he has had like 15 mini reworks.
Yeah, he has been worked a few times. God, you remember like, what, Frozen Heart Rush Rise? Just absolutely immovable. Hilarious.
I miss weird, silly builds like that, like Blue Ezreal actually being good. Obviously, you don't want it to be good.
It's alright. Blue Silas now exists. Have you seen that?
I did. That was Kingin, right?
Yeah, that was Kingin.
Yeah, I actually thought that was fun. What I don't think is fun is the PTA Essence Reaver Senna. That should that's not the type of fun I'm talking about.
Yeah, everyone's allowed to cook except aiming. He's
well,
never
no, but
allowed
the cooking does need to be good.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Get him out of the kitchen. He can't do it.
Yeah, I know.
Just take Boris's word for it. Shiv is the right way to go. You're allowed to build it now. As Duro taking a fair bit of damage here. Does say Ober a few times as Trigger does go forward. Takes a fair bit of damage back as Gideon pokes his head out of the brush. Maybe a little bit early there as they do get the ward down, but chips in the night here just a little bit. How did that Wind Becomes Lightning miss? That was kind of crazy.
Elevation. I don't know. That's always if it's in the river, that's
it always reminds me of that the Guma stream where he was experimenting with it. Flash is traded here between Lehens and Duro.
It's a nice win.
Really much result.
We're playing for Crab here. There's mid lane prio here or mid lane prio on the move for Chovy. Also, I think pulled the wave, so it does have a nice wave state here. Calyx, though, not really too bothered by everything. Does mean that Kane is going to get the Crab. And yeah, I was, what's the quote from Ratatouille? Like, everyone can be a chef. And then they also go on to kind of qualify that, you know, that doesn't mean that everyone can be an amazing cook. And I think that's the part that I want to really take away from us. Oh, the wraparound from Canyon.
All right, let's see whether Trigger's going to be able to keep himself alive here.
No
Flashes up for Trigger, but not for Lehens. And so he could just be going down. The Audacious Charge comes in. And yes, he's got Eclipse. Yes, he's got Aftershock, but there's an auto attack from Ruler, and he says, I used to play for JDG. Wasn't that fun? Not as fun as it is winning most of the time here for Gen.G.
I can't believe Ruler would do that to his old teammate.
He does it every time. It's like, I think
So
he's just kept it as like first blood of...
No. I'm not talking about the emote. I mean killing Lehens.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, no, the emote is definitely just...
It's also
you can
sad because Viper's in this group as well. It's like all of Lehens' old friends.
You can just program them, right? Whenever you have blood or an ace, they just automatically play. Mine, you would like this. When I hit an ace, is the Morgan emote.
All of my whole wheel is just
Morgan emote.
Obviously.
Good punish here from Canyon. Able to find himself a nice wraparound there. Sinzao definitely one of the junglers that can have an early impact compared to Gideon, who unfortunately is playing pre-6 Wukong. This isn't really a champion.
Oh, Duro just throws out a blooming burst. Land's not really too worried about it. Teleport in from King in towards his bottom side as the lane swap is well and truly underway. Keen will meet it. And the first Drake is going to be a mountain. Does take a whole lot of time. So probably not one we're going to see these players sort of sneaking away. But we'll see what does happen. It's just not my suspicion. Maybe we will have a bit of a skirmish around the grubs for that reason. With people not getting distracted by scaly dragons and stuff like that on the bottom side of the map.
A bolsterous Drake, indeed.
Indeed.
Can't just try and sneak it away. 6 now becoming available across the board. Looking at these two compositions.
Bear.
Tempo Bear.
Yeah, I love a bit of a Tempo Bear. Now that Tibbers like sticks around for so long, I actually really like just Tempo Bearing in lane.
Yeah, well, Galio is one of those champions you want to just lock in lane. Because as strong as Annie is in the fights, actually one of the few champions that I think can match the team fight impact of Galio, you do not have a way to move around the map instantly. So do need to make sure that Calyx is just sad and lane locked.
He is also a lumbering ward as well, as in goes Canyon. Taunt is pretty good, but still has to flash to get out of the way of danger. No teleport to get him back to the lane as well means that Chovy is well and truly in all of the control. As Tibbers is about to time out, Chovy just pulls this wave to make sure that he is not in any danger at all. Gideon and Canyon spot one another in the jungle here, and Ruler and Duro in a pretty good position to try and fight for this, but instead, Blue buff will just reset, and Canyon is going to take this crab instead. Gideon came over just to see whether this was going to be a possibility, but it means another reset comes in. Decent play for tempo here for Canyon.
Canyon also, because he played for his bot side gank and also got, I'm pretty sure, just his Krug stolen, is a little bit behind in XP. So trying desperately, well not desperately, he got the crab, but trying to catch up and ensure that he doesn't fall too far behind. It's only like a quarter of a level now. Calyx, this is unfortunately what the matchup looks like. You're just going to be taking a lot of beatings. You're really there to set up some of the later fights, but he's not getting solo killed.
That is the main thing.
What I'm happy about.
He's somewhere between getting solo killed and being able to build full damage because he's under no threat. The Vikla Faker difference. They're on either ends of the scale, and somewhere in the middle is Calyx.
I'd like to think that in Faker's case, it isn't even about is he under threat, it's he wants you to be under threat.
That is a good point. Whatever Faker did, it worked out pretty well.
He's been, I think he's been the only one that has consistently been building damage on Galio, and it's actually been really fun to watch.
I don't mind just the one tank item, then full damage. I think that's kind of cool. As Gideon goes in, Cyclone will connect onto Canyon, and now the Monkey is forced to flash back into the pit as he got thrown over the wall. Chovy now with the Incinerate out is looking to lock down Lehens, as Gideon left on his lonesome and Chovy grabs first blood. Probably worst case scenario here, as now this little girl with a bear is even more terrifying.
I was kind of waiting for a re-engage with the Galio, but it just never really came to fruition there. A lot of cooldowns being blown at the beginning of this fight onto Xin Zhao. Watch this, Canyon knocks away Gideon, then uses him to taxi over. Actually really cutely done there. And then Duro has to flash away from Lahens, but I think the call was very quickly made. They can't fight that, which I don't know if that's true. They don't want to take the risk, which I understand, because if now that it's a rough skirmish, if you go in and you lose, the game is just over. So I understand that, and there were still a lot of flashes available, but with Lahens, Calyx, and Trigger still being pretty healthy, and Calyx having his ult, maybe they could have looked for something. Not going to take the risk, though, which does mean it's just a straight-up Gen.G win, 2 grubs, as well as 2 kills going their way. Or rather, 1 kill, and a good amount of damage going their way.
So only 1 more kill, and those feats of warfare will come in here for Gen.G. Still looking to take a couple of these objectives as Malignance is done, but a teleport towards his top side is Nongshim looking for a dive onto Keen, whose snipping is starting to hurt. Lahens and Kingen do wait a long time for this teleport to come forward as there's the exhaust onto Kingen, but it's not going to be enough to keep Keen alive. Lahens just barely surviving. But a well-calculated dive here. The exchange should be some plates and a Drake.
Looks a little spooky there with how long it took for the very slow teleports to make its way to top. But a nice play by Nongshim. Like as well, the Gideon was covering bot. It's also Trigger, who on Ezreal is notoriously hard to dive. So the only thing that Gen.G will get on the counter punch is picking themselves up a dragon, which is fine, you know. But it is a nice little punch back there from Nongshim to ensure they don't fall too far behind when it comes to the gold balance.
Yeah, it was 2 plates as Chovy was able to pick one up in mid lane as well, so maybe not exactly the greatest of news here.
It's not amazing, right?
But I think just getting a kill, much better for morale than saying, oh, but we got some plates. Even if, in all actuality, 3 plates is worth more.
I mean, it also comes down to tempo vibes value, right?
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
And it all depends on who you are and whether you can detect them.
Anything can mean anything.
Indeed.
What was the quote again that you said to me?
I know, it was very dumb, and it sounded very similar to that.
Yeah, it was like, perhaps some things can be another thing, Chronicler. I don't know. It was better phrased, but basically came down to that.
It meant nothing, but I may have said words that sounded cool.
I swear, I keep going back to that clutch, because especially with the pause, it just sounds so incredibly deep, and then you think about it and you're like, what does it mean?
Yeah, it's a bit silly. However, very true. If you read the most recent
even
post-match thread,
even
it worked.
Gen.G knows that it's hard to beat bro in the clutch.
They will decide. As we said, the arbiters of the LCK, and the DN Freaks, unfortunately, were deemed unworthy. Gen.G still with a lot of control in this game, and as we can see, it sort of just passively got off to a 1,300 gold start. This is where you can see the tempo vibes, right? When just based on the game state, Gen.G are just taking more, making more gold. Nongshim fighting back from a deficit that hasn't really come out of much of anything at all, right? It's 2-1 in kills, nothing really to write home about there. And even though Gen.G do grab some of the grubs, it was a very late dragon take, and there's nothing really to move the needle one way or the other outside of Gen.G just having a bit more.
I do really enjoy our 2 different philosophies between our 2 best LCK teams when it comes to generating leads. Where I think Gen.G have a little bit too much of a reputation for being you know, overly cautious. Some might say boring. I disagree. I think they play really cool, really clean League of Legends.
I think that's also an outdated take.
It is, yeah.
That was like Cuve's Gen.G.
But Gen.G's perspective generally is we go for extremely clean fundamentals. We will get ahead by getting our plates, by getting our CS, by being early, and by playing extremely solid team fights. I just like the contrast to their direct opponents, which right now are T1, whatever the placements might say, which is just murder them like 15 times.
Just flip it, it'll probably work.
Yeah,
guess what? It does.
We flipped it up. And Gen.G, that's my favorite about whenever we get Gen.G T1. Gen.G can do this. They just think it's better not to, and I enjoy that level of restraint. And I also enjoy we have a team that has no restraint whatsoever.
And guess what? The team with no restraint has only lost 1 game to this team. And it was game 1 against Gen.G in that historic series.
Gen.G also only lost 2 games?
Yep.
This round? Yeah, I was about to say.
Yep, they've only lost to each other.
Oh, that's good stuff.
That's pretty narrative-y. Starting to feel like the script is getting revealed
not
early.
The narratives.
Yep.
What's
that's how
next?
it goes.
What's the LEC mean?
Yeah, we need to be talking about kings. And
Kings,
stuff.
legacy,
Legacy,
dynasty. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. And crowns, and we need monologues and walls with screens.
Did you
stuff.
see the? Did you happen to catch the Dracos Poby monologue last night?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
I will send it.
On
No. I will send it to you afterwards. It is peak. They really.
They went
Poby,
full challenger.
Yeah. But Poby himself also appeared in the video to meme.
Yeah. Didn't he say like some roads lead to me? He actually said it. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's such a beautiful quote.
It made me very happy. You know, whenever a challenge, and soon I will get to see Rooster as well.
Oh, it's so good.
I know.
Him and Trigger, actually, the two hair bros, they had such great hair.
Rooster's hair was unmatched in challenges.
So good. It looked so clean, you know?
He pulled it off, man. It was
really
crazy.
did.
If you don't know, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure he cut it off like, what, last year?
Yeah, I think it hasn't
been
there
it
for a while.
was glorious.
It was
in the
amazing.
heydays of 2023, LCK Global.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, LCK CL Global. 2023, not any of the other ones. Those were taken.
The reason we're not casting it anymore is actually because 2024 got taken.
Yeah.
And 2025 got
That's
taken.
the only reason.
I think it's all taken up till 2030. As in goes
Flank.
Gideon, finds a Cyclone onto only the support. We know how that goes as Canyon throws the rest of them back. Shelly does sort of lose interest in the whole situation, does partially reset as the equalizer onto Just Chovy by himself. Great stun though as the bear comes down. Pop blossoming the air is Duro. He looked fantastic while he did it though. No judgments here from me as no one's dead and the Rift Herald goes to Gen.G.
Yeah, we could have kept talking about LCK CL Global 20. Actually, really funny what happened there because we had multiple engages be thwarted by flashes, which just made the whole play feel kind of silly. So it started with a possible collapse on the Canyon and a TP flank, but then Canyon, I think, used the clone to get himself out. So then Galax just had to run away, and then Duro tried to go for a flash play after Trigger and the rest of Nongshim tried to punish Chovy, who looked like he was out of position.
And I don't quite remember, was it a flash over the wall or an arcane shift or something that made Duro look as silly as he did?
No, Trigger did flash, so
Yeah.
it's flash for flash, which...
So we take that.
On Ezreal is not as valuable as on some other, but it's still good, right? If you can catch him with the Arcane Shift down, it is still something that, as you highlight, I think that trade is not the end of the world. Yeah.
And it's just less embarrassing than if it was just, I'm pop blossoming in the air, which is kind of what it looked like in the end.
And you do know old reliables in the LEC now as well. Wait.
LEC is getting better and better, isn't it? Dundun, now Poby and Rooster, my goodness.
Hans Sam D is there as well.
Oh!
Old Humble Life Sam D.
Man, it's been a very long time.
But now he's called Hans Sam D.
Which sounds more confusing.
It does, yeah. It's definitely on purpose.
Yeah. Well, to each their own. As Gen.G is going to wander over and take a dragon. The contest, the cross map, things like this, not something that our Noodle Boys are really too worried about here. They're going to slowly shove in this top wave. But I think this bottom outer turret should also be going down.
I have one more little fun tidbit as this turret goes down.
Please.
You know who won today?
Bro.
Henna.
Oh yeah, he also
did
up,
also
like,
win
player of the game or something like that as well. I did see that on Twitter. I didn't actually see the game.
Just as a.
I know our former LCK alumni doing relatively
bro
well.
Specifically, right?
And the bro gang. Exactly
like
right.
And if you don't know who Henna is, I'm sure the other bro fans in chat will fill you right in.
Oh, 100%. As we've got a flash right on top of Chovy, and Tibbers says, "Get off my my Annie. I'm gonna go and kill you." Is kind of how that one went. Still, Chovy did have to flash, so it was a trade of flash for flash, and maybe the anti-flash more valuable in a lot of people's minds than the Rumble.
I would say so. So Rumble is harder to jump onto for Gen.G than the other way around, right? With Wukong, with Leona, flashless Annie I think is actually a big deal, and then obviously the offensive capabilities of a flash W or flash Tibbers is also big.
Oh, that's so sexy! Goes past, gets another charge, but now Nongshim might have found an angle here. The Pop Blossom this time, though, is very, very good. Heroic Entrance does come down as Ruler manages to take down the Monkey. The flash out there from Canyon, but still gets taunted. Tries to go in because there's no way out. He's Xin Zhao. And that looked really cute, but ultimately wasn't great.
Except if you're Nongshim.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, Kenyon going a little bit way too hard there. Nicely done by Nongshim, actually. Really clean. Oh, Lahans, if you die, that does kind of void how good that play was. Okay.
And now it's a 2 for 2, kind of.
Well, they also lost mid-turret, so it's just not a good trade anymore.
And the charge. Don't forget the charge. That's what made it all cool. Let's have a look at this. The drive-by. Oh, thought I was going for the no-health charge? No, that's not me.
Oh, Lahans filled his E. So
yeah, and
he had to flash over the wall.
Yeah, and then also altered on his own feet. I don't know whether that was... I mean, it was probably on purpose to try and hit what he thought was going to be.
I see the vision there for Canyon. As yeah, Lahans just oversteps, gets taken down. Very self-explanatory. So I think so he flashed the ult, right? If he gets like 2 procs of Sundered Sky, he probably lives there. And then they clutch out the fight. But then actually really good response from Calyx to hit him with the taunt. And then he can only attack Galio and he just dies.
Yep.
Because of course with Sundered Sky you need to attack different people. There's an internal cooldown per enemy.
So you can't just get it all off the gargoyle.
You cannot. That's a fun little first game.
Yeah, it's nice. It's working out relatively well. It does mean that Gen.G do lock down feats of strength from that play as well by picking up the first kill.
Ruler is also...
he is doing the gold-getting thing, is he not?
3 kills.
Yeah, it's working out. As Keen as well, not seeming too perturbed by what is happening around here. As the monkey clone going to get punished a little bit, but Gideon not going to be too worried. So yeah, it's really, like, this game is kind of interesting, right? Because I feel like a lot of things have been happening. There's some back and forth and things like that, but it does feel like Gen.G are calling almost every shot in this game. And it's working out for them, as Keen does get taunted and actually takes a lot of damage here from this Galio. Still, the Gwen not too worried, does have the Riftmaker available, building towards that Nash's Tooth for the side laning build.
I do feel like we're slowly heading towards the classic, oh, the game is closed and then 1 team fight is won and Gen.G get 4 and then the game is just done.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about that. I hope that doesn't happen because I think Nongshim, coming into the day, similar to what we saw with KT, my test is not do they beat Gen.G because I think that is just a step too far. It's do they look better than they did before, and I think already we can say, barring Lahans, they kind of do. I think,
yeah.
Things have looked decent so far.
Well, you're going to say that, and they're going to look for Chovy. They will be able to find him here. Pop Blossom is going to be the answer as True Shot Barrage takes down the Annie, but it's a 1-for-1 immediately. Still down goes the Nico as Trigger has found Ruler. He's Arcane shifting away, and Ruler is going to have to escape. Still, the rest of Gen.G just mop things up. And Calyx, I believe he flashed over that wall to escape the play, and so a 2 versus 3. And the Otacon still going to be attempted here by Gen.G.
It's a bit ambitious. Calyx is pretty dangerous.
He is. The Winds of War do go almost entirely wide. The Trigger needs to be so careful. As Ruler once again, it's a good sidestep, and oh god, just another couple of autos and down Trigger will go, but still, he's able to Arcane shift away. That being said, that's not going to save this Otacon, and with Canyon being alive, and I think healing off the Otacon more than anything else, is able to take this one out, and so that is a big buff over to Gen.G to augment their couple of Drakes that they already had.
Actually do like the initial setup here for Nongshim. Able to take down Chovy before he really gets to do too much, just a 1-man ult, and then this ult from Duro. Yes, they kill Gideon, but the fight looks pretty good. I think that if Trigger actually plays with the rest of his team here, even though I understand the look for the angle, they might have been able to kill Canyon, which would have invalidated the rest of this play. And also you have Calyx to stand behind, right? Instead, Gen.G get Otacon, and I think they're looking good for this objective as well.
X-Tech Soul as well. This is X-Tech Soul point that they're looking for. Not going to be able to take it just yet. Flash is available here for Canyon, but not going to have to worry about that Zenith Blade as that one goes wide. Pop Blossom will connect onto 4! And Duro finds the angle this time around. Chovy is also at full health as the Equalizer decently placed, but it's a little too late. Never mind, the Walking Barbecue walks in. And Kingen doesn't last very long, still manages to get one of the kills back. That is something, as Chovy having a giggle. And Trigger I think will be able to get himself out. It's actually just a Q that they wait for to guarantee the stun. Over the wall goes the fast bomb, and Ruler is able to lock up that kill, and only Gideon's left alive.
To credit of Nongshim, it took 2 fights.
True.
Not just 1.
Some could argue 3 with the weird one where no one really died, and it was also sort of still a fight.
And looking at the initial setup here, Duro gets a multi-man ult. So much damage is already done. Trigger doesn't actually get out of the scrum until it's too late. And the equalizer, it's all right. I think if Kingen would have been there from the beginning of that fight, that might have been enough, but it's obviously Duro pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
I feel like we could have known, though, that that fight was breaking out, because they were the one trying to collapse on the canyon. So, a little disjointed there from Nongshim. If everyone was on the same page, these fights are pretty close. You know, just a little bit of execution that, obviously, on Gen.G's side, I think is very clean. It also really helps in this setup that they have 4 genuine carries. Like, every single member, arguably even Duro, not in damage, but when it comes to the setup, gets to do a lot in these games.
Nice phase rush there from Calyx to get him out of dodge. Not exactly an easily gankable target, is this Galio. Wait, never mind. Maybe he is pretty gankable. Never mind. Canyon not going to quite kill him.
Never mind the never mind.
Yeah. Never mind.
That's free.
Sorry, yeah, I mean, I was just getting ahead of the next one. So we don't need to go back.
Wait, but then Calyx does die.
No, but then if he doesn't die again, and then he goes back in again...
Okay, gotcha. Oh,
then we can add some extra nevers.
Keen!
All right, Gen.G looking for the play. There's the Crescent Guard, and now Trigger's in so much trouble. They're closing in from every angle as Ruler gets pounced on, but not before killing basically everyone. Exhaust goes down onto King, and he's just running for his life as Keen chasing after him, scissors in hand, and now Lahen's just on the wrong side of this one. There's the knock-up, and Canyon will be able to lock down this kill very comfortably. And this game, like, I don't know when it really happened, but it is now very over. You know, it was probably a bit of, but now it's like really, like, not even possible.
Yeah, there's also no caveats because it's Gen.G. I'm kind of, okay, that's why. So I was wondering why Calyx doesn't TP in. It looks like his TP isn't actually off cooldown yet, which makes me question Nongshim.
It comes off
like right now,
like 3 seconds.
And at this point, it's obviously too late. It does make me question, why is Nongshim going so deep when they have a teleport disadvantage, right? That's just a timer thing. You can't be that deep in the enemy jungle, not expect any counter engage, and not have your arguably strongest teamfight setup and a big part of your front line in the area. And it's really against a team like Gen.G, you get to make maybe one of those mistakes. So maybe Chovy dies?
Well, Calyx is going to get that taunt down. Gideon's in here as well. Chovy running pretty fast and does have that Molten Shield as Canyon will get knocked up on his way in. Still Chovy able to go golden. And Gideon trying to get himself out, but it does not work. Now Duro finds Calyx. And Duro doesn't really have very much, so the sad B is going to come out.
No, Duro, don't!
Why, there's the flash to interrupt, the Pop Blossom to lock him in place, and Canyon moseys on down. And charges the Q, doesn't actually manage to get the knock-up as Calyx does walk out of the way, but it doesn't matter, he's still dead. And in the meantime, Keen's like, all right, you guys done? Are you done with the funny business? It's time to win this game. I got stuff to do.
We don't know what stuff, but Keen is playing like he has
It does
stuff.
look like he's got a hot date or something like that, as Poppy used to say.
Well, I mean, every date is... We're in summer in Korea. It's not great, guys. Korean summer is a lot.
Equalizer goes down. Canyon tanks it as Keen dashing on top of this Rumble. Man, Kingen takes so much damage. He does have to immediately flash, but into the firing line goes the Leona. And down she goes immediately as Gideon, I believe, just killed a clone. But they also killed his clone as well. So clones traded.
They're still going.
Yeah, Gen.G just like not with very much health. Gideon also does sweep the ward as Canyon just dives on top of Trigger and murders him. And this is now, I think, maybe impossible to kill. As now Duro trying to keep himself alive in this backline as Calyx and Gideon well and truly outside of this battle, and Gen.G are getting closed in on. These health bars are so low. Heroic charge to come in, and there it is. They do manage to take down Canyon. He is mortal in the end, but Ruler is...
No, that was
not.
my hand!
Calix is still dead. Keen running with scissors, and that's dangerous, guys. That's what we've learned. And Gen.G are just going to win the game right here.
This is one of the least memorable Gen.G games I think that I've ever... It's so textbook.
It is so Gen.G.
It's so Gen.G. They pick the champions. To me, hard to pick a specific standout as well, because I think Canyon Zinzao actually looking really good. Not a champion that he's always looked consistently on, but his early impact, his team fights. Keen, I think, had a slower start, but then once the team fights actually properly started, he was kind of a beast.
I also think Ruler certainly had his, I'm sorry you're new here, but even though I did face you in 2020, still feels like you're making a debut.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna have to crush you.
And
you're not quite at my level.
This will be one of the biggest questions that we have posed since the beginning of the announcement of this format that we will continue to ask until we have an answer. Is it really better to be in a group with Gen.G, T1, and Hanwha Life or not?
Well, I mean,
for Nongshim,
you can't be eliminated. So absolutely it is.
That is true.
But
what about the vibes? What about the momentum?
I think for Nongshim, it's not as good. KT might have the same run as Nongshim, but I think it's way better because I feel like they can shake it off a little more. Let's see whether Nongshim can do the same thing, though. This is still a series. We still have a game 2.
We believe.
And if not, well, we don't.
We believe.
We're going to go to a break. When we get back,
we believe
it's going to break down game 1. Stop it, Chronicle.
잡고 이거 마운트 탈 때마다 밀어서 밀어. 야 싸우자. 나 집 갔다 탈퇴하면 끝날 것 같은데. 싸우자. 아 이제 그런 거고. 여기 뒤에 애들 2명. 레오나 앞에 있어. 아 쪼인다 얘네. 원숭이도 오고. 뭐야? 갈리오 풀 없어. 갈리오 풀 없어. 지우야 뭐야? 아 까비.
The time has come to prune the tree. Much has changed, and I do not understand why. Not truly. mustn't take a single breath for granted.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space. Degon here alongside Brendaniel Valdez and of course Daniel Locks Harrison, the Tri-Dancer back. It was 1-0 Gen.G over Nongshim in that game. Nongshim kept it close for quite some time, 2-1, and then I think took a pretty good opportunity for a fight when it looked like an accidental Rift Herald usage by Canyon and didn't quite win that one, and then it didn't get better after that.
I think the problem is, like, at the start of the fight, it actually looks like it could be going pretty positively for Nongshim. I think some of the engages aren't too bad for them, but it's the follow-through in the end of the fight, and I think Gen.G is so good at maintaining composure, and the members who are left just really don't falter. I think some teams in the LCK, maybe some of our Rise teams, you kind of punch them in the face and they just, like, fall on the floor and start clutching their nose. Gen.G don't really do that, and it kind of showed in this game.
Yeah, I know we make a lot of memes about tempo vibes, but it really feels like sometimes when Gen.G are slightly ahead or even in an even game state or even losing, it's like, no, they're going to come back and win this one, you know? So even though Nongshim for 20 minutes or so were like, we're doing pretty well against these guys, you know, it's 2-1, like it's a very close game. You just knew that eventually something would go wrong for them.
Yeah, here it is. Highlight one, it was the fight around Otacon that, again, looked like winnable here, Ox. You said it felt like here was an opportunity for Nongshim to clean up, but the hands of Gen.G come out on top.
Yeah, initially they managed to get a good level of focus onto Chovy here, and even though he does get his ult off, it feels like the value achieved by him and Duro isn't too great. You know, they turn it around onto the Wukong, but two members lost for Gen.G pretty quickly in this situation. But it's the Gwen and the Xin Zhao kind of in the mixer here who managed to do so much damage. And I feel like there's just not that much gas in the tank. You see Trigger as well looking for Ruler. He's able to disengage. And And what started with this high impact initiation kind of flounders quite quickly.
This is part of the reason why Gwen is OP as well. You know, he got dove early. He was doing pretty well in the lane, okay, with the Rumble counter pick, but eventually you just hit that first big team fight. It's like, you cannot kill her. She's doing 1,000,000 damage. She's very mobile. She will catch anyone, and it's just insane. Also, it's kind of funny to see Trigger try to 1v1 Ruler and then just kind of get popped in the end. But
I also think when you focus an Annie, and I guess the Nico also went down as well, these targets, as long as they press their ultimates, their job's done. It really doesn't matter that much if they die, whereas the longer the Gwen is alive, the more value with every rotation is going to come out.
Yeah, I like how some days here in the LCK we have macro replays. Today is not that day. Today is about the hands and about the team fights. So we take a look at our second highlight here, down on the bottom side of the map over by the Drake.
Yeah, and this one, not as favorably starting as the previous one, but again, it comes in with a bit of an initiation from the side of Nongshim. Attempt, at least, from Lehens there, but doesn't quite come in. And we see the Juro ultimate getting so much value here on the 4-man, and I think when an angle like this comes in, it's so hard to bounce back when you're on the back foot. We start to see the Gwen charging forwards, we start to see them try and retreat, CC comes down, they are trying to turn things around. And the Rumble does look for an angle, but just really doesn't get the value. And again, it's Duro going down, who's already achieved so much value with this pick.
Yeah, and, you know, again, the fight looked decently close, but it was just Gen.G with too much of a lead. You know, they had the Otacon at this point. It was just like, what are you going to do? Duro finds that massive angle. Sometimes in the rivers, you know, you just push up a little bit too far, and Nico will just rip you apart every time. Another reason why Nico is so high priority, especially in the hands of someone like Duro.
All right, Ox, got to ask you, Trigger has now had a couple of games here. Again, no easy games here in terms of the bot lanes in the Legends group. Dies again early in this lane on the Ezreal. It got fed on over to Ruler. Had an okay look at the team fights, but still just not having huge impact. How much of it is his play? How much of it is just Nongshim?
Look, I don't think that Trigger's necessarily the problem, but I don't think he's been the solution. You know, I think Jiwoo was having some unfortunate games with his team, but I think whether they have Trigger, whether they have Jiwoo, there are issues right now with Nongshim, and they are facing hard opponents. And I don't think, regardless of which AD carry they're fielding, you know, if they play like this as a whole, I don't think they're going to win against a team like Gen.G. They need to sharpen up their team play, and that final oomph when it comes to team fights needs to be a lot better.
Yeah, just because it's just so interesting to me, because we were having these conversations just a couple months ago about, do you want to be in the Rise group in the top of it, or do you want to be the bottom of the Legends group and get these learnings here and figure out what your team is made out of, what you're good at, and get punished in a way that you wouldn't in the Rise group?
It does make me wonder, though, because, you know, talking about the AD carry performance, when we see those fights where, you know, the initiation might be good and the follow-up isn't, just our previous series, we saw some of the performances from Hype, had players like Diablo as well. I wonder if we had some really standout AD carry performances in these fights, could that be the difference maker?
Yeah, I mean, the AD carry role is so important right now. Like, we have a lot of pros saying it. We have it pretty much on display in a lot of our games, and it just feels like for Nongshim, if they had someone who really was reliable, maybe it is Trigger. You know, this is a guy that has been kind of around for a while, kind of hanging around the scene, but not really in it for a while. But he's coming up. He's trying to make a name for himself. Maybe we just need to give him some time. To answer your question about which is better, I think that Nongshim not really enjoying themselves. They kind of feel like almost they're like becoming the DNF of the Legend group, which is really unfortunate. And I think they're a really good team, but when you're in a group full of Titans, it's really hard.
Yeah, on the flip side here for Gen.G, what should they be focusing on and working on in terms of being in this Legend group? Already have qualified for Worlds. Like, what do you want to see them do that they haven't done yet?
I mean, I feel like for Gen.G, games like this, it's hard for them to really feel challenged, but I think obviously a lot of focus going towards those T1 matchups, those HLE matchups, and I think just trying to diversify strategies, you know, especially with Fearless, especially looking towards those best of fives in the future, maybe trying things out and expanding strategies.
All right, Nongshim on the blue side here for game number 2. Will it be a closeout by Gen.G, or will the Noodle Boys have something to say about that, or something to say about this game? Let's send it on over to Atlas and Chronicle.
Thank you very much, Tegon and the boys, for breaking that one down. Really, just a damn good performance, I would say, on the space, and we love to see it. Yeah, I loved the question of what should Gen.G be doing? Because honestly, I think working on building a time machine and just going straight to playoffs without having to hold momentum this whole time is probably the best thing to do.
You don't often hear about the time machine so you can go to the future. I feel like very often time machines are so focused on going to the past.
I know. Everyone's working backwards, not Gen.G. No.
I know you, Atlas.
And do you know what the best thing is? Going forward in time is possible. That one you can do.
Yes,
Kinda.
by definition.
Theoretically.
Well, not theoretically. That's what we do at any given point. We don't have a choice.
Oh, that is true. The present doesn't exist, does it?
Well, it does, but only in that moment, yeah.
If we are perpetually in motion, as far as the time is concerned, are we ever actually in the present?
Yeah, we are always in the present.
But are we ever really in
the
present?
We are always in the present, Atlas. We're never, when you think about it, never in the future.
We are. Well, I mean, yeah, we knew that.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we have
Unless
to
you have
go
a
to
time
the
machine.
future. Oh, wait, but that means Gen.G would be going to the present, wouldn't they? Because once they get there, it's the present.
Well, that depends on how you look at it relative to us. Because do we also move forward with them? Or do just they move?
But once we get there, we're there with them. You know?
Okay, but maybe they go...
Where are they during the time where we're not in the future?
Well, that's the real question.
Oh, I don't know.
We don't have these
I'm
answers.
looking forward to going there.
I know where they are right now.
And there's like so many like time travel movies and all this sort of stuff, and there's a lot of science because it's a really fun thing to talk about, and there's a lot of people that are very upset about the conversation we just had. I'm sorry about that. Let's talk about the draft, I guess. Talia and Poppy are banned away, Nocturne and the...
That's the best part, you know. It's always annoying when you're an expert on something, you hear someone that isn't an expert talk about it.
Yeah.
And then you hear us talk about drafts, you're like, this still isn't what I want.
And you know what the best part is? We can't hear them.
No.
And
no, it's just you and me, baby, stuck here together perpetually.
In the present.
In the present, Atlas. So, no too surprising bans here, I think. We see heavy jungle focus here for Gen.G. Might also look towards, I'm trying to think what, Azir should be next on the chopping block.
Yep. I would assume so.
Okay, triple jungle. So Azir B1. Because you can't give that to Chovy.
I would agree that they have to pick Azir. The question is, what does Gen.G have planned for this? Oh, Pantheon's left up. Pantheon's left up! They banned 3 junglers and none of them were Pantheon! All right, well, I guess we get to see it for the first time. That'll be a treat.
In the LCK, this pick has been perma-banned.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw it get through a bunch of times last night in LEC. I think it was picked early, obviously.
Yeah.
Heavily prioritized, but not 100%. They also got Yunara, like, in a bunch of games.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We have to wait until next week for that.
I know.
Not fair.
Maybe we'll see then, as we do have the combination of Skarner and Azir to come through here, which is a classic. Also, Skarner good into the amount of already dive that's there on the mid team. As far as counter engage go, absolutely crazy. I do feel like Skarner is one of those picks that Canyon has made look really good, just the same way that every time I see Owner play Zinzao, I'm like, why would you ever not ban this champion? And then someone else picks it, and I'm like, I don't know.
I guess it's not quite as powerful.
Ooh, Ambessa. So what, are we gonna like... So there's 2 schools of thought. You're gonna match the scaling where you can go like, what, Renekton? Try and bully her early?
That was...
I know Keen loves himself some Renekton.
That was the first counterpick into the Ambessa, actually, that came out all the way back in the Kesper Cup start of this year. As
Yori.
Or you could just pick up your shovel and go shoveling. That is the plan.
Shoveling.
Yeah. And you get a bit of side lane support there as well. So if you are splitting, you can have the Grand Starfall to join you.
We're just playing 1-3-1 now.
I kind of like it. Oh, but they better ban TF. I feel like it's coming in. Although TF into Azir sounds terrible and always kind of wasn't the most fun.
Would it be TF support?
All right, the
TF 80.
No, but it's Yorick support, obviously. The Ghoulie Wall is so powerful. You remember how Viger
Ghoulie Wall
support?
max?
You just Ghoulie Wall max. Wow, what a dark procession of bottom lane ideas we just had. Okay, that was a silly mistake on my part. Chovy is playing Aurora. The Braum is going to be banned away, though. So thinking about the Ruler Lucian angle, I guess, for a potential option here is what Nongshim were thinking.
Yeah, what direction do they want to go? Because I think Kai'Sa actually goes really hard in a draft like this, where you do have so much backline dive and side lane threat. So I wouldn't mind a Kai'Sa ban, personally, if you are... Oh, never... Oh, interesting.
They ban it themselves.
They ban it themselves. Do they want to go Sivir then?
Could be. I feel like Sivir doesn't do the same sort of task.
Oh, it's probably Senna, right? Like with with the 1-3-1. Senna also has a global ult, can impact sides pretty easily with that.
Yep, a lot of
Senna makes a lot of sense if they don't ban it here. I think that will be the lock-in, and then we give Duro counter pick again.
I think you might be onto something. The Brad is going to be taken away.
Yeah, Sivir and Senna are my two thoughts. Wait.
Ziggs would be fun.
Oh my god. Wait, Ruler, that's way more fun than I was expecting.
And if it's Jinx, it means he might be watching LS content, and that would be kind of interesting.
No, Ruler, don't. I mean, Sivir's fine.
I mean, we tier listing. We tier listing. The Sivir is going to prove that, unfortunately, Ruler hasn't been watching LS content. Otherwise, he would just blind pick Jinx every game.
Slam it.
Yeah. As Nongshim, what are we rounding out this composition with? The Jinx that was just considered by Gen.G has often been seen as a decent option into Sivir in the past. We'll see what Trigger does decide to do. Quite a few things not available.
Lahens always sees a Lulu angle.
Oh, is it?
But you can't, yeah, I was about to say.
It's Sherry.
So I don't like that one as much, because you walk into Blitzcrank, we know Duro plays it. Lahens is not about to give another supported Blitzcrank angle as the originator in many ways of our modern era Blitzcranks. So Duro can just kind of do whatever. I think that Nautilus is fine. I think that the aforementioned Rakan is fine. Rel's also fine. Really any hard engage, because they were kind of lacking that, I think is valid.
Stand United is going to get a fair bit of value here, though, because if the Grand Starfall is going to be used to try and assist in side lanes, then you can sort of answer that, make everything kind of a 2v2. And it does make Keen's job that little bit more difficult, right? Like, if he does get to a lead, he always needs to be aware of the fact that Shen can turn up to skew the matchup. So I think it looks kind of cute on the side of Nongshim. I think they've utilized red side a little bit better this time, sorry, blue side a little bit better this time around, and got themselves a pretty comfortable mid to late game team fighting composition. That being said, Gen.G's Gen.G, and they can split push, they can do a whole lot of things, and it can be difficult.
I love the Shen. I am not that enthusiastic about the Zeri. I would have rather seen the Zeri be something else.
No, but it's Sherry. And that's,
well, that is fun.
That's a relatively cheap cooking alcohol.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's cute. Do you know, like, you can actually get expensive sherry?
I know, it's like an old lady. It's like an old lady drink. I know,
it is.
In the Netherlands.
A little bit, yeah. But I didn't know about it. I actually thought that it was something that you just make in Christmas pudding. My mom used to use. You know how, like, have you had, like, the Christmas pudding and custard where you light the pudding on fire? Because it's covered in sherry?
That sounds awesome.
Oh, it's amazing. It's super cool. That was always my favorite part of Christmas. It wasn't. It was the presents. Let's get onto the riff for game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff for the second game. We do need to message the mods to get the Gamba running. I am sorry, chat, for that one. Hopefully, that one is going to be coming up as soon as possible.
So, Atlas, I want to ask you,
please,
what does a classic Australian Christmas dinner look like?
So
Christmas pudding, apparently.
Yeah, we have Christmas pudding. There might be a little bit of a something. It doesn't really look like it. Okay, never mind. So we often meet up for lunch. It's also often extraordinarily hot.
Yeah, because it's Southern Hemisphere.
The way we do it in my family is we sort of like take it in turns, trading around who hosts Christmas between.
Makes sense, yeah,
like
as you do.
My parents. My sister recently hosted Christmas for the first time. Which was very, very cute. I wasn't there because I live in Korea now, and it's a little bit sad. Miss out on Christmas. Christmas not as much of a thing here in Korea as it is back home. But yeah, nothing, like, we just eat a lot. and also drink a lot.
Yeah, you're not really tied to specific dishes. That's valid.
Yeah, often there's a ham, and we're not really like a massive like turkey family, but like the roast
Some
ham
people
is a
do.
thing.
Yeah, the Netherlands, there's a decent amount of flexibility as well. Obviously, there's potatoes generally. Mash is popular. But the one I really love are stewed pears.
Oh, that's cute.
So you stew them in like...
My mom
like
stewed
spice.
apricots. For like, so we have like a traditional breakfast, which I don't know where it originated. My dad kind of hates it, which is Cocoa Pops with cream and stewed apricots.
Okay, I don't know about that
amazing.
combo.
I don't know about this either, as Dura's down to about 100 health in lane. Still, Trigger's taken most of his health bar, and Ruler's kind of fine. And the barrier did 0.
The barrier was late. The barrier would have been good if he pressed it a little earlier. Or there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, stewed pears. So yeah, with a little cinnamon and cloves, and it's wonderful. Very tasty.
Oh, cloves and pear. That is a good combo.
Yeah.
I've had that one before.
That's very nice. This
Honestly,
bot lane,
stewed fruit, absolutely.
it just goes hard.
It does. Anyway, Trigger is taking just way too much damage here in this lane. Probably going to have to be going home relatively soon.
Now, I think he should go home now, because there is a Pantheon pathing towards him.
And what do you think about this new thought that the Zeri is the answer to the Sivir type situation that we're
I much prefer the Jinx that
Yeah.
you were referring to. Yeah, because
I'm really confused as to why the whole like.
Well, we also
Jinx just did a bunch of winning and then.
Yeah, we did see a Jinx win what, like 3 Game 5s at MSI.
Yeah,
that did happen.
Yeah.
Well, Lens might still be in trouble.
I think he may be dead. He does get stunned up and does get taken down. There's the flash out as Duro survives. Ruler took a casual turret shot because he felt like he deserved to. And that's honorable of you, sir. But that's a really nice dive there from Gen.G.
It's kind of tragic that Trigger like goes back and he lives, but Lahen still dies, and it's Ruler that gets the kill as well.
By the way, the whole chat is talking about Christmas food.
I love that. Good on you, chat.
Yeah, there's someone says smoked salmon, incredibly good Christmas food. Big agree.
As this is so well done. So Lance obviously has the tools to survive this dive, but he kind of wants to wait, or I guess he could have gone for an aggressive taunt. I don't know if he had the cooldown. Maybe that would have been the angle.
Oh
like
yeah, because he had
taunt.
just taunted Ruler, who
there you go.
shielded.
Okay, that makes
earlier
sense.
on.
Because
wow,
wait, what?
64th unique pick.
Wait, oh, okay. So I'm like, have we not seen Trophy play Aurora before?
Yeah, I guess this is his.
Did I make that up?
Is that crazy? As Kane just face checks, there's the ghoulie wall. He just puts Trigger and lands in there, still has to flash.
Well, Kane not very happy. Maybe an opportunity for Gideon to go for a little dive here. He might just have to vacate the turret.
I can't believe that Chovy hasn't played Aurora yet. That's nutty.
I swear I've seen, like maybe it was
Maybe
an
it just
MSI.
hasn't been in the LCK. Yeah, that's
You know where it probably was? LCK Cup.
Oh god.
It's definitely
it's LCK
It's
Cup.
definitely that dastardly LCK Cup tricking us again.
Just put it in the stats. Golly gee.
Nope. Not LCK.
Oh, see, that's why Pantheon's the best.
Well, I do think Pantheon is very broken.
But that's why. It's nice to see
he gets
it
to execute.
Wait, because he got the
Ruler. This is how Doran got 50. No, I'm joking. That is something though that I'm a big Doran defender. I think Doran has been, even though obviously I did cost him his MVP way back. Apologies, Doran. I stand by it.
Wait. So you apologized?
Well, I apologize for making him feel bad, but I do still stand by it.
He didn't feel bad.
Okay,
I
that's
felt
good.
bad.
Okay, well, yeah, Feldas as well, still mad at me.
Yeah.
But the solo kill stat, every time I see it, it just makes me chuckle. Because I know for a fact that at least 3 of those were Gyu on Senna that should not have been put in that lane. By this team, on your screen right here.
Yeah, it happened twice in a row, and then he immediately got replaced. Doran basically solo killed him out of the league.
It was yeah, that did happen.
Yep.
Now, is Doran still the second best top laner in the LCK at the moment? Yeah. Yeah, he is. It's been kind of crazy. Domestic Doran.
He's been amazing.
There with a vengeance. Keen, though, getting some visits here.
Oh dear, there's the stun. Ghoulie Wall gets the flash, and Lahen's able to Shadow Dash his way out. Has the Aftershock there. That does wear off, though, as the Extendo Beam doing a bit of work. Keen needing to be a little bit more careful. Unable to quite sustain as much as he would like. Double Cookies are still sitting there, though. as another Boomerang Blade connecting onto this Ambessa. The double taps on that Boomerang Blade have been quite often here for Rule. Nice aim. And we are double Cullen as, yeah, pretty Edward there in our 80 carry position.
So what we used to do for our Christmas dinners was, because there's like the classics, right? As you're saying, like ham and kind of similar to what you'd see everywhere.
Yeah, just roast food.
Roasted food,
and
yeah, roasted
lots
vegetables.
of different things.
Yeah, and
like
mashed
that.
potatoes and like.
Yeah.
I don't.
Stuffed peppers. We got a lot of stuffed peppers.
No,
at Christmas.
no, we don't have those. But I think there are a lot of similarities.
Yep. Often it's just the things that my parents and my family like want to cook for the day. It's not like it's like, oh, we've been into this recipe recently.
No,
that's often what Christmas dinner turns.
That's nice.
It's like a celebration of the food of the year.
What we used to do was we went for just out of convenience for like, remember I was telling Brandon about this Dutch national dish, which is mashed potatoes with a bunch of stuff.
Yep.
And then you make like 4 different versions of those, and then
sounds
desserts.
amazing.
It was good. Okay, might be in trouble.
Yep, Gideon going for a bit of a drive here as the taunt is gorgeous, but the Ghoulie wall, I mean, he's still dead, but a Ghoulie wall was great.
The Ghoulie wall!
Ghoulie wall!
Ghoulie wall was good! Yeah, he's dead.
It's a really good Ghoulie wall.
It was a really good Ghoulie wall.
I
Sorry,
wish it
King.
meant something.
I know by omission I called you the best top laner in the LCK, and if you're a believer in curses, that gank actually was directly due to me.
Yep, thanks for believing, Chronicler.
But yeah, what we're doing now is...
oh god.
Oh god.
Okay.
I can't believe Chovy's never played
Yeah, I
this.
can't believe that this is his first time. That's crazy.
We do what's called a rice table, which is just like a ton of Indonesian dishes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's very good. Very delicious.
Well, this bottom lane is not somewhere that Gen.G are allowed to go.
But isn't it? Chovy almost has TP. Canyon has his ultimate, I think.
Is Dura just like kind of holding the weight?
Yeah, I think they're setting up for something here.
This is weird. Well, it's level 7 for Canyon as well. He can grant Starfall.
Because they know. They know
everything.
they're still there.
There's also a lot of information for Nongshim as well.
Duro's just there like, guys, I'm not leaving.
Yeah, he's just crashing down, having a good time.
What a good teammate.
That was
damn
wacky.
Duro.
Look at that. Just allows him to come over, holds all of the minions.
Good for you. I would, you know, if you ever feel bad, just try to find yourself a teammate like Duro.
Yep.
So nice.
We all need a Duro in our life, I think. And aren't we blessed as viewers of the LCK
to have actual Duro?
Just get to have days where Duro exists. As Trigger is actually playing pretty aggressively up against Ruli here, as we can see. Boomerang Blade this time going to miss.
Nice. Well played by Trigger there. You're doing a good job dodging away from some of those skill shots.
Yep. Yeah, Calyx gets electrocuted, and it just doesn't feel great. Don't know whether I needed to really explain that, because he's getting electrocuted. It's not good. And all right, Gideon will chase after Canyon here, gets the wall slam, and there is the Impale as well. Public Execution comes down, Lahens is there, the Wombo combo's gorgeous, and they punish the Pantheon beautifully. All right, that's what this comp's supposed to do.
Canyon did a flash. I think he was, as I was expecting, Gideon's range on that E to be just a little shorter. If he doesn't get stunned by the wall, he can obviously just flash out afterwards, but doesn't flash. Instead gets tagged by the E. Oh, just on the edge there. And then the moment that he gets wall slammed, he's just dead, right? Even without King and ulting there, I think that just Lahens and Gideon would have been enough to at least force him to flash out. Very nicely done. That's a dragon as well. And Nongshim.
Yeah.
Kinda gaming here, Atlas.
Finding some angles.
They have their own Duro, and it's Lahens, which is funny, because that used to also be Gen.G's Duro.
Or Griffin's Duro.
Oh, yeah.
Which is cute, because we've got Chovy on screen.
Or KT's Duro.
Yep.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That was a good year. Until the timeline diverged.
Yeah, there's a moment in there that the happiness ends. And speaking of happiness ending, the flash out here from Lahens to make sure that Keen's in trouble, and that is Lahens picking up the kill. That's sad. Still,
or is
would have
it?
liked it, but it's still very positive.
That is Lahens. That is the carry getting fed. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, Kingen is now making it underneath his turret rule and not quite hitting him with that Boomerang Blade, and does now Want to try and take him down. There's the Magnus. Stormgrant Starfall brings Canyon forward. Ruler wanting to get this kill and will be able to do so with the help of Canyon. Now Chovy underneath the turret here towards his top side as Lahens is just being as annoying as possible.
Duro, how much health was that? Did you see?
No, he did just barely limp it away.
No. It was like, I think that was sub 20. That was crazy.
Oh, I didn't actually see that.
Oh, well, we're gonna see in the replay. I guess we didn't see.
We'll
the
do this
replay.
one first. Kane
This
having
is just
a bad time.
So clean here from Nongshim, right? Trigger gets the slow and gets the ultimate in the Lahens. Beautifully timed flash taunt to pick up the kill. Now, should it have gone to Zero? Yes, but it's Lahens, so we'll forgive him. As I want you to look at Duro's health bar here specifically.
Yeah. He's
look
like,
at the
I've
calculation.
got one more. Oh god. Yeah, that was pretty low. That'd be in the 20s. Okay, well played. Still, Gen.G with a slight gold lead, but nothing really to report. As still don't have feats of strength, looking for first turret and these objectives. One objective apiece right now is next dragon going to be a Chemtech. Ocean Chemtech means that we do get out of the way some of the less interesting souls. This one could definitely be a good one. As King and Keen, I mean, this Yorick really ain't hitting so far. And of course, you're sitting in that awkward moment where you've only got 2 components of your Trinity Force. As Ruler doesn't even have his spell shield procs there. Lahan's not quite able to Shadow Dash far enough.
Or did he know and he didn't want him to use it and he hit the... No, he just missed it. Keen is really struggling. Canyon is covering, is outside of vision. Could be a turnaround here, but Keen can't afford to die.
Gideon is going to spot him, as we can see. Morning Mist goes over, but I don't think they're too worried about it. There's the flash. The Impale hits both! And Keen is desperately trying to survive, and it's just not going to work. Keen, with the help of all those shields, they're just able to pick their target and destroy it. Nongshim really coming alive here in this game. As on the hunt here from Ruler to get himself out of the way of Trigger, a trade of ultimates. In the bottom lane, he's not going to even things out for Gen.G. Okay, Chronicler, this is turning into a game. Imagine if Nongshim gets their first win of the Legend Group against Gen.G. That could be fun.
Okay,
they only need the game.
How many of these players have been on KT? That's what I want to know. I know Lahens is there. Has King played for KT?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Gideon. I swear Gideon at some point was in KT.
Oh yeah, looking on the other side. Yeah, we might have, like, Kingen definitely was there.
So we had Kingen. We had Lahens.
I don't know. I don't remember whether Gideon was there. It might have been one of the Dark Ages.
I want to say yes, but I'm not quite sure.
It does fit our narrative, so maybe we can just say that he was.
That's what we do now? We just make up stuff?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't do that in good conscience. Now I have to... Okay.
Oh, no, just ignorance.
No, I
have to. It's my bad.
I'm going to check now, Atlas. I have to know.
That's a good move.
I can't not know.
Well, Keen doesn't know when this lane's going to get better. And I'm not sure either.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this counter pick. I feel like this is one of those matches where if you do fall behind, it gets very unfun, as Lahens might be in trouble.
He is level 7. Emperor's Divide does come down, and they just wait for the wall and walk over it. Duro now holding the wave, as it may get worse from here as Keen catches the cross map between worlds, goes Chovy, and down goes Azir. Oh man, no wall, no chance. And a good fight back here for Gen.G. We'll even out the scoreboard. Oh yeah, played for KT for ages.
And it's Canyon with a really nice sidestep there, I think, on Calix's ult that ends up solidifying that play. And it really was starting to feel like Nongshim was pulling ahead. And I know that that was the case.
Still can't believe. First time he's ever played Aurora is in this game. He's really good, isn't he? This Chovy guy?
Okay, Atlas. Dragon is...
It's a trade.
I've headed up to here with your shenanigans. I haven't. I can't even say it as a joke. Like, it just feels mean.
Bit of a No Doubt fan?
Well yesterday they were doing like shenanigan again and again shenanigan. I feel like you would...
What is that?
Well, it's like a shenanigan, but you do it again. So you shenan again.
Oh, shenanigan. Oh, yeah. I get it.
Really nice sidestep there by Canyon. Good arrival timing by Duro, who again unfazed in the face of... Oh no.
Kingen tries to get out, and unfortunately, it's a private execution, and that one doesn't connect. And Canyon going to be able to lock down the kill. Thankfully for him, Chovy doesn't get an assist, so maybe there's something to be said about that. As now Shelly going to walk her way towards an inner turret. This is going to be a bit of a swing for Nongshim if they can actually take this down as well. Void Grubs are going to spawn as Nongshim will look to try and take this one down. There's another conga line, and there goes the inner. So that is going to even things out entirely. I think a slight gold advantage, at least before this tower does go down in the top lane. As Angry Bee from Trigger. That is the vibes that we want to see. Or those are the vibes, if I want to English.
Atlas, I have to say, you did irreparably ruin my experience with the word vibes, because every time I hear vibes now, I think about, but what about the tempo?
Well, I mean, I'm feeling like the vibes are all over the place in this game.
So they benefit Gen.G?
I think, well, normally I feel like
that's my read.
Gen.G almost always have just natural tempo vibes.
I just feel like if I feel like a game is even, it's like the copy pasta, you know?
Yeah.
When casters see that Gen.G is even, they call the game for Gen.G.
Yeah.
When they see that Gen.G is only 3k gold behind, they think Gen.G just need one good...
Yeah.
God, we're so predictable.
Yep.
Well, that's how I'm feeling.
So is Gen.G, sadly.
Yeah.
Well, good. This is a better comp for Nongshim. Like, I really do like what they have.
I agree. I don't think there are that easy ways to get on top of Trigger.
Do you know, like, I feel like I had this more recently. I think it was a DNF comp. Also like that a lot more in the late game.
Why would that so mean?
Yeah.
Why would you remind me of that?
I mean, it was a great series.
Atlas,
I think we need to draw people's attention
Atlas,
so that it can be...
Atlas, you were there as well. You know it wasn't.
Well, I mean, it depends on your
definition. I need you to look me in the eye right now and not chuckle.
Well, I mean, I'm going to chuckle, but that doesn't mean it's not great.
Atlas, that was the most painful game I have ever casted. And you and I have casted some big throws. But those were filled with elation and joy, whereas that game was heart-wrenching.
Every LCK game has one winner and one loser. And I want you to take that pessimism, get out of here. Let's focus on the fact that Bro got a 2-0 victory and it was hard fought. Extraordinary comeback in game 2, okay? That's what I want.
Atlas, this is a safe space. You don't have to push down the pain. You can talk about it.
There is no pain. I love Bro, and Morgan had a great series.
He did have a really good series. Yeah, that's true, actually.
So I'm feeling great. As long as I just don't spend too much time thinking about the ramifications for DNF.
Okay, well,
and I just don't. I just refuse to do that. And then it's all right. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
He's done for Ruler. Second item almost there for Trigger. Chovy's finished his Riftmaker, and Otacon is on the table soon.
You get 2 days off after this, Chronic.
I do.
You can
maybe
repair
even more.
and recuperate.
Maybe even, yeah.
Are you off on Wednesday as well, perhaps?
Yeah, I think I have... yeah, I don't think my next week is very busy. And you know what's cool? For the first time, the round is over with this game. Well, the series, rather. Could go to a third game.
But we do have a lot of extra rounds.
We have 2 more rounds.
Because it's a triple round robin within the groups.
Yep.
And so... This one's going to be done, but we still have 2 more to go.
Ooh, textbook setup here by Gen.G. Cryo in mid. No Cryo on bot, but that's okay because they used mid to rotate into the river. Setting up a good amount.
Bit of an angle here.
Might also be one of those situations where one team just takes Drake, the other takes Otacon. Could see that 2 item spikes hit for the carries on either side. Except top.
Ready to skate in. All right, we do have Keen in this side lane trying to get that one shoved out.
It's the Rylai's Azir and the Skarner Stone Poke.
Interesting. This is what happens when we're like picking champs with 0 range all over the place. It's just not a whole lot of poke that is even available. Canyon will be able to find Kingen though, rotating down, and my god, the jungler is 1v1ing the top laner, and it is working! Public Execution comes down as Chovy turns up as well. Between Worlds coming on through there as Lyan's looking to try and lock down Canyon. The Ignite's still ticking. One more tick, but it's not enough. Triumphant on the way out is this Pantheon, but now the jungler is sort of not welcome in this battle. Oh god, Chovy finding Trigger.
Oh no, it's a horror movie! The bunny!
And Gideon just picks up the Krug and says, it's okay, I will hold this for you.
It's fine, the scary bunny is gone. Can't hurt you anymore. Yeah. So this is kind of a Canyon staple. He's the same level and was up an item on his opponent.
Yeah. Articon
That's
has
insane.
just been started here, guys. It's not going down very fast. Ward goes over. That is going to be feats of strength over to Gen.G. They do upgrade their shoes. Kingin trying to put himself in front. Calyx has a decent angle.
We're flipping.
Oh god, this doesn't feel good. Lahens has made his way back though, so it is a 5v5.
Hellforce.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. Look at this, the Maiden is just being so frustrating. There's the taunt, but it's only on to one. The Magnus Storm is so much better still. Lahen's trying to get himself out, Gideon as well. Everyone's limping. And oh god, the spears, and there is nowhere for them to go. Even Ruler is going to survive. Duro trying to escape. He gets into the bushes, and Gen.G just clean aced them. They get nothing. Nongshim just got nothing!
No Drake, no Otacon, no kills, no game! Alright, so this is why Pantheon is permaban.
And could it have gone worse?
No, literally couldn't have. So, Canyon has his cleaver done, Kingin sitting on only components, just gets bopped, kind of insane, with some help to be fair, but they both got help. Lahens dies for his top laners, Sins is... I know the health bars are already low, but like, how is Keen 1v2ing here?
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even really want to play the mystery game of like, and how did Lahens die here?
No, can we not?
Yeah, I prefer not to.
Atlas, a wise man once told me that a game, every LCK game is a victor and someone that doesn't win. And guess what? We need to be happy for Gen.G.
Exactly. I love this. I love this from you. It's a great new look. Optimism.
Optimism.
Yeah.
Never seen before.
Yeah. Not the pessimist that we know you
As
for.
we take another look, Chovy already has the back hop buffered there as Lance taunts in, but there isn't really follow-up. Gideon only hits Doro with the ultimate, and Keen again 1v2ing throughout most of that is, oh, come on, at least.
Oh, God.
Die.
Well, now Ruler has thrown boomerangs around. Lahens, he's out of this fight already. As Trigger tries to do a damage to Duro, and Duro chuckles. I think that was basically the interaction there. It's a Majai's game for Chovy. That's sort of the state of it. He did have to use Flash in that last instance, but there are no flashes right now on Nongshim. They're going to need some time to get those cooldowns back. And this game, earlier on, we saw what this composition for Nongshim was trying to do.
Trigger, no!
So incredibly dead. Stabbed from every angle.
With both lance and spear.
Yeah, it's jousting. Yeah, it's a bit much.
So, almost weekend time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, esports weekend.
Esports weekend coming up. Got a couple of days. Probably going to be cleaning up, you know, got some houses.
Oh, my.
Move relatively soon.
Yeah, my house is a mess.
Yeah. As Public Execution here, diving onto Canyon. He is pretty tanky. Kingin taken down to half. The Canyon will be finished off. Still, you're in Chovy's world now. And that is two very swift ones. Nongshim, you know what you can say? You can say, we got Canyon. And you absolutely did.
Good stuff, Nongshim. Come on! Ah, this is just...
Oh, dear.
Must we see Gen.G bully every team that is in T1? And must we
I
see
mean, Nongshim
T1?
kind of bullied themselves in that moment. Like, this is with the you've got Zeri running up the lane saying, wait for me, guys! No, we shall not.
That sounds reminiscent of my experiences with Peak, where I'm like, with my little backpack hobbling behind. I'm like, please, Fox, Brandon, wait for me! Nice ult there from King, and they have to go for a Hail Mary, right? I really don't think that there's too much.
I mean, opportunism, we can't be too harsh.
Well, no, I think they know this play most likely doesn't work out. They're down there, Zeri.
Yeah.
But they were already in a
Was it actually? It was very close to just an ace.
I think there was Duro.
Because, like, no, because Zeri was just about to respawn. But then I think she respawned just before the last kill.
I'm pretty sure Duro was saying, like, thank you, because Canyon died because he almost got caught, and then he just crashed down over the wall. I was like, peace!
Yeah, thanks for that, Canyon. Maybe Canyon should deserve a POM vote for that one.
So I'm actually like, I'm kind of on the fence between two players, and you know which two they are, I assume.
Canyon and Duro?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be feeling the same way. What did Canyon play in game 1?
His was his crazies in that game.
God,
that game.
Yeah, no, I think it's Canyon.
But the Nico was also...
Yeah, the Nico was really good.
And then also this Rel game has been really good.
I feel like Nico is one of those, like...
Nico is a little fake.
Yeah, and also, like, you often
point?
just, like, put big circle on enemy and, like, get POM. That being said, I mean, I'm never happy when Terry gets those votes.
Don't think it's Chovy. And I hope that...
I don't think it's Lahan's either, as he's just going to blow up. Ruler able to lock down that kill as Duro, that Magnet Storm. All right, give it to Duro. I'm happy for him to take it. Nexus turrets are now falling down as all of a sudden this game is just done.
Oh my God!
Gen.G, when they're finished, they're really finished. Is it going to be the time? Is it actually Pentatime Keen? Put him in the goalie wall. Put him in the goalie wall right now!
No!
As Chovy, oh God, the biggest troll play ever!
Chovy,
would be if Chovy just finishes the game!
No!
Oh, look at his face! Look at his face!
That's
Chovy's
the
gonna do
buff!
it!
You have to leave!
Oh, I think the minions are gonna kill it! As look at Ruler's face, I think enough time may have passed anyway, but still.
If Chovy would have left, maybe the non-Baron minions couldn't have done it!
Oh, it might not be that difficult for Gen.G to verse Nongshim. But Ruler versus a pentakill, that one is borderline impossible.
Oh, as we do see some chuckles there between Keen and his former support. As Gen.G, indeed a clean 2-0, nothing to see here.
Yeah, was kind of like that. There was the one sort of hiccup, and we did see like
some early game moments.
The Impale and the Stand United combo, and that was like pretty cool. And then we didn't really see that one again. Keen, pretty forgettable Yorick performance, to be perfectly honest, but did his job, and the rest of the team...
This one was good.
This is the problem, right, with Gen.G, is you can shut one of them down, but then there's 4 more.
And now, I truly don't believe it should be Chovy, but his Aurora was still kind of...
It was really good.
Yeah,
he's going to get votes.
Disgusting.
He's 100% going to get votes. But I do think, like, the amount of times I'm like, it should be Duro, is too high for how young this guy is and how new he is.
Oh, I mean, really, one of the greatest tragedies for Duro is that he's not in the running for Rookie of the Split.
Yeah.
That would have been as...
I don't know.
So that's the Car Titan. I don't know if that is a reference to Duro or if it's a reference to the... Did you see the thumbnail of Duro on Rel yesterday?
No.
Or like 2 days ago?
Was it? I mean, I know that the thumbnails are almost always.
No, you guys, you're gonna hear the live. You got to talk for a little.
Live reaction.
I want you to show you the live reaction.
All right. Well, I take you through some of these highlights, where at the beginning, Nongshim had some moves, and you saw what the comp's supposed to do. It's always good when we see the composition kind of shown to us. You know, like, oh, that's what they're supposed. That's cool. And then they didn't do that anymore. Duro even surviving in that last instance, and Lahen's just kind of dying over and over again. As, oh God, here it is, here it is. Wait.
One of my favorite thumbnails ever.
Oh my God, he's the horse! Wow, I really thought that he'd be the Rel, but instead he's the horse, he's the pants! Oh my, that is extraordinary. And the hair, the mane. Oh, goodness gracious me, that is just outstanding.
I knew you would appreciate it.
Can you just do your POM vote for Duro and just write nay?
Oh no, I should have. I already put in my Canyon vote.
Oh no!
He does deserve it, Atlas. He had a crazy series. But if it's Duro, you're not going to hear me complain. It's between those two.
Yeah, no, I understand. It was Duro for the extra memes, but I do think that Canyon also had a great series, so I'm not going to give you too much flack for that one. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. We need to listen in.
I'm not even joking.
You can see the stress in his face already.
If Chovy leaves...
Where are you going?
He knows!
Yep. Oh no!
Look at Duro.
Do you know what we needed? We needed all of Gen.G and then King in space here as well. So he would have been cackling like a madman, I guarantee it. Oh man. Ruler versus Pentacles. When is he going to catch a break? As Trophy did the most damage in the game, more than double what his opponent did, which is impressive stuff. And King in Against the World is looking like the situation here for Nongshim. Kind of crazy that, you know, this is what it's come down to. It's great to see Kingin still with, you know, the ability to do some damage and stuff like that. But Canyon going to grab his second POM. Kind of crazy. Reminds me of the Gumayushi POM that happened. The fact that he only has 200 points as well. I mean, Canyon used to, like, over his career, I think he's almost got the most POG points out of any other player that's ever existed. Like, during his time on DK, he was just the default. Now it's when in doubt Chovy, and so maybe Chovy's sort of caught up to him, but there was a time where Canyon just got all of them.
Very deserved. Two front runners for me. I think either the Duro vote or the Canyon vote would have been fine with. I think those two really ran the rift in the series today, and it was a lot of it. They calmed down to the team fights, and that's where jungle support really shines.
Yep, exactly right. Now it's time for us to throw it over to Deer for the translation of the interview with Canyon.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Canyon on the side of Gen.G. Congratulations! Against Nongshim Red Force, you got a clean 2-0. And you're back on your streak. How do you feel? Their second consecutive victory, starting another streak, is very great. It feels great, and I'm just glad that we're able to win today. Makes me very happy. And since the round 2 Nongshim match, when you got your POM, a long time has passed, but you got another POM. And back then, you actually got POM with Xin and also Pantheon. So did you... how do you feel? No, I think it's really mainly because they're all really good champions. Did you expect the POM today? No, not in particular. I didn't really think of it. Well, if we take a look at game 1, you actually simply marched in to steal the Void Grubs and zone the Wukong out of the pit. So can you walk us through that decision? No, I had really good items, and my health was pretty high, and you know, Xin Zhao happens to be very good with sustain, and I can expect that he would survive in those kind of situations. So I think that's what led me to execute the play that I wanted. And in game 2, the legendary creature Pantheon was left open. However, the enemy took Azir first, so was this intentional? You know, Azir is also another rising star in this current meta. And so I think we really just wanted to make sure that we can split some of the good high-value picks. But after seeing them pick Azir, we just had to take the Pantheon. So how was playing Pantheon on stage? You know, it's been a long time, but you know, his damage is just kind of insane. So I had a lot of fun playing him on stage. And game 2 was actually just full of pain for Keen, so he could have called for your help. But what was your thought process? I think it's because of the swap, where we had to take the hit. But if I had gone to help him, I don't think the game state would have improved or anything like that. So I think my thought process is basically, it's a lost cause. I need to focus on winning otherwise. And another heart-wrenching moment. At the very end, Ruler missed another penta, and the camera caught him right here, crashing out. Yeah, I mean, Ambessa, her movement is just too good. Don't do it. Just wait. Don't go. He is crying out. And Trophy even waited for a little bit too. So how did the players feel? I really want to feed him the kill, and I was trying to run after him, but Ambessa had such good movement. How was the atmosphere in the team? Did everyone else want to give him the kill? I think a few of them were just calling to steal it, and they didn't want him to get it. But I'm sure deep inside they all wanted Ruler to get the penta. I mean, Chovy was the one who was waiting, so that only leaves 2 players. Would you like to say any kind word over to Ruler? You know, we have a lot of stages left in the future. I'm sure that there's enough time for you to get another penta, don't worry. You are closing out round 3 with a victory, and your next opponent is T1. And for that revenge, any message over to them? Because we were defeated by T1, it was very regretful last time, so we want to make sure that we are prepared and make sure that we win. And that's the end of the interview with Canyon, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya, as we got Crashing Out translated for us in that last interview.
We saw it visually.
Yeah, we did see Ruler crashing out. He did not get the penta, did not get the POM either, as it was the Polar Bear. Canyon picking that one up. 2-0, making a new way of understanding what playing with your food means as they took down the Noodle Boys. Here's your votes. Lots of Canyon and some Chovy. The narrative votes by Media and Soup were denied.
Yeah, what is the idea here? I mean, he played Annie, he got dove a lot and pressed his tibbers and then died. Like, he did a good job, but he wasn't Canyon with like 17 out of 23 KP in the first game and then like 16 out of 20 in the second game. His Aurora was good, but this was a very obvious Canyon angle.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Canyon definitely deserved it. I think Chovy's always going to get some votes. I want to look back and see, when is the last time Chovy...
Maybe they didn't watch. They were like, oh, this is over.
when is the last time Chovy just didn't get any votes? It must have been a while.
That's a good question. I don't know. Well, Valdez, time for your...
yeah, so I have to explain this. This is a penalty in hockey. You get put in the penalty box if you spear someone with your stick. And it turns out that Canyon, he was playing Xinjiao and Pantheon, very nicely pointed out by Ox, who also did a very funny spear joke for his POM comment.
Y'all, Valdez doesn't get many opportunities to do comments, so to fit in a hockey reference...
I just had to do it.
Time well done.
Great work.
All right, Ox, your turn.
Yeah, it's a good comment. Mine is Spear was mightier than the Noodle. You know, Pen was mightier than the sword. This time it was the Spear and the Noodle. And I think I would put money on the Spear most times over a Noodle. Noodle's a little bit...
Yeah, it's like a chopstick, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of like if you have another one, which he had two.
He had 2. He had, you know, the Xinjiao Spear, the Pantheon Spear, used them as chopsticks. Very effective strategy.
But wouldn't in this one, you know, the spear be the sword, and then the pen would be the noodle, and never mind. This one, it's inverse. It's inverse.
Yeah.
I won't try to understand. May we never see a Canyon Pantheon again. I agree, Chronicler, and we'll have some graphics to back that up in just a little bit. Let's take a look at what the Korean side had for us after this 2-0 victory by Gen.G. One thing's for sure, don't let Canyon pick anything with the weapon.
So only Jax.
Only Ivern.
Yeah.
I mean, Jax uses a weapon. It's just not a real weapon.
Is a fishing rod or a weapon?
Yeah, no, you can use it as a weapon. I'm wondering how many champions don't have a weapon? Like Cho'Gath,
Maokai,
Zac.
Zac is
a weapon.
He's the ultimate weapon.
I don't think I would let him play that either. Does Talia have weapons?
I think if you had Zac in your backpack, you wouldn't be allowed on an airplane.
That's true.
He's also liquid, so you'd struggle to get him on board.
You'd have a Zac pack. Let's see what else we have here from the Korean broadcast side. Helio saying, a bear with the spear. Yeah, I'm not missing that.
Everybody's just kind of going in the same vein today.
Yeah.
With the spear jokes.
No, actually, they're going in like more for Pantheon than that. There was no Vayne today.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was thinking of the different series where Keen was playing Vayne and... Yeah.
Prince, this is what you get for giving a spear to Canyon. Okay.
Well, they gave a spear to him twice.
We've now speared the comments to death.
I think of like all the comments on pieces of paper and a spear through all of them. That's what we're going for here.
It could have been something else. What if they changed the word spear for something else? Last one? All right. let's take a look at the draft here because this is going to be the big sticking point in the learning lessons from this one in the future. Pantheon Aurora going over to Gen.G for the Azir. It was a trade, but not a good one.
Azir is very strong. Azir is quite strong right now. We see teams ignoring Azir even after his buffs. And comfort, whatever you want to say, there's no reason at all you should be giving Pantheon, but also Aurora. And of course, there were a lot of like target bans, especially from Gen.G, so it allows them to get a lot of OP stuff. But the first pick here, I think, has to be Pantheon.
Yeah, and also we saw the Azir have a really hard time into the Aurora. So you had this Azir who's kind of getting negated in the mid lane, and they got the Pantheon as well. I just think you gave up a little bit too much. And I feel like, we talked about this at the start of the week a little bit. Pantheon being very OP was permanently banned until today. He's free, finally. No one bans Pantheon 46 games in a row. We finally got to see him picked, and yeah, he claimed that win.
He looks so happy there behind his helmet, doesn't he? He finally got to play the game, and he was in the hands of Canyon. I think Pantheon's a very happy camper right now.
I'm just staring at the screen to imagine the smile.
I will say,
there.
Not helping the case for him not being OP and for being left open. I think probably just going to go back into the permaban pile on the back of this.
Yeah. Well, we pulled that lever just to see against the best team in the world. It did not work. What did work, though, were the celebrations from the players that won this week in this week's best ceremonies from our victors. Let's all vote and decide who had the best ceremony. Vikla, goodness gracious, off of his player of the series, player of the match performance against the bros. Just throwing up the peace signs.
All right, this
Sunny, that's the automatic win. That's the automatic.
Why? Who did this one? Which football player did this one, Digon?
That's Heung-min's son. Son Heung-min, who
recently leaving Tottenham was
correct. Recently announced leaving Tottenham was here.
I know the law.
Yes. Look at that.
This meta where he just does the football players every single time.
Yes,
like,
but that football player matters.
From Guma.
He's playing today in his final match. Son Heung-min.
I don't think Poser played Jin, but I like it.
I vote for Vikla.
Let us know. Vote in the chat who wins.
I think
Showmaker is getting spammed out right now. One Guma Riz.
Showmaker's got a good reference. I think Guma gave it the Sivir, the whole.
I do appreciate the elbow. The elbow bend stayed consistent throughout. That is what Sivir does. Sivir, she doesn't extend.
Yeah.
She does this action. Let us know in the chat who is your winner. We will check into that in just a little bit as we take a look at the standings from this last series. Gen.G, they're back on top, and they are now streaking in a multiple way.
I like how you say they're back on top. Were they ever not on top?
I think they were. They were wounded, a little wounded after that loss coming into this week.
But still on top. They're just always on top. Yes, they took a defeat, but still very much on top.
Yeah, and don't let KT and Nongshim being in the Legend group distract you from the fact that DK has 13 wins at the top of the Rise group because we do have the same win-loss from rounds 1 and 2 carrying over. We talked about this before, KT and Nongshim just kind of getting pummeled here in the Legend group.
KT and Nongshim struggling and D+ just vibing.
Next week, here's the schedule. A big matchup for the bros, DRX versus Bro. Next week's Saturday showdown.
Gen.G T1 coming up. Yeah. Gen.G looking for revenge. T1 in impeccable form. I mean, it's always a banger. Can't wait.
And then the DN Automotive Freaks versus D+ Kia to close out the week.
Also with Gen.G T1, we have DRX versus DNF, 9th versus 10th. It's a battle for DRX trying to get a win so that they don't get 9th.
Yeah, and DNF.
Lots on the line.
Will next week be the week? Perhaps.
They're getting closer.
Are they?
11,000 gold lead.
I feel like
close.
they're at the exact same point they always are. Maybe like 97% of the way to getting a game win.
Yeah, I mean, if they had like a 13,000 gold lead, then maybe they could have taken that win today.
There you go.
Yeah,
I want to see
a little
the
bit
limit.
Closer.
I want to see how close can they get to winning a game and not win.
Exactly.
It's impressive.
Here's Challengers schedule. You could see some of the different streamers that will be co-streaming those matches later on.
Oh, Gen.G vs T1 in Challengers as well. Crazy.
Some of you in the chat were saying start a vote on who had the best celebration. It was a close. The Guma Rizzers almost tried to come back, but too many Showmakers end up taking that one. So Showmaker, your best celebration from this week. Y'all, it has been a great week of action. The Saturday Showdown with all the suspense in it maybe didn't fill it up as much as that match that we got to see today, the pros up against the DN Automotive Freaks. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you next week for more LCK action in the beginning of round number 4. See ya!